And as we proceed, let us take a moment to welcome the guests on stage. We have Shri Ramu Damodaranji, Deputy Director for Partnerships and Public Engagement in the United Nations Department for Public Information's Outreach. Swami Amritanandamayi Devi, Executive Director of the USMA Centers. Meg Jones, who's the International Coordinator for this working group on gender equality and disability. And also Dr. Priya Nair, who's the coordinator of the working group on integrated and holistic health. Commitments. Yeah. Taking this movement again, welcoming you back on stage and onto this auditorium for the prestigious summit organized by the C20 Gender Equality and Disability Working Group here at the prestigious Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT in Bhubaneswar, Odisha and India. We can clap for ourselves. We are aware that the C20 is an official engagement group of the G20 and serves for civil society organizations across the globe to bring forth non-government and non-business voices to the G20 leaders. We are humbled to have your continued presence, and we had a wonderful day one, and we hope that you have a similarly enriching and rewarding day too. As it is a tradition in India, we invoke the blessings of the Supreme before proceeding with the day. And for this, I would like to welcome Tapasya Triya, volunteer at the Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt, to lead the prayers for us.
Dhyayamo dhavalavaguntanavati tejomayim naishtiki snigdhapang vilokinim bhagavatim mandasmita shrimukhi vatsalyamritavarshinim sumadhuram sankirtanalapinim shamangim madhusiktasuktim amritanandatmikam ishvati.
Thank you, Tapasya. I regret that we couldn't have the auspicious presence of the Minister of Women and Child Development, Smriti Irani ji, but we'll try our best to fill up the session. We have a packed session now onwards with plenaries ending up with the concluding remarks for the day. I seek your wholehearted cooperation and presence as we move through the wrapping up session of this summit. Let's begin the day, in fact, with a video message from Lisa Clark, who's from the International Peace Bureau, which is one of the oldest Nobel laureate organizations founded in the 1890s to establish a permanent network amongst the peace movements from different countries. We'll be watching a video message.
And I'm the former co-president of the International Peace Bureau, one of the oldest Nobel laureate peace organizations. I have a decades-long experience of nonviolent activism in wars and post-war societies. I'm sure you're all aware of the statistics about how women's participation in peace processes is one of the best guarantees that peace will actually succeed. Let me remind you of a few of those statistics. On average, Women only represent around 13% of negotiators, or 6% of mediators, 6% of signatories of agreements. However, when women are included in peace processes, there is a 35% increase in the probability that that agreement will last 15 years or more. In efforts to end war, to bring about change, to stop violence, to uphold human rights, women are active primarily in forms of nonviolent action, as opposed to armed struggle. In itself, women's participation makes every action more inclusive, more representative of society as a whole. Change achieved by nonviolent means is at least 3 times as lasting as that achieved by male-dominated armed struggle. One more statistic: the participation of civil society, including women's organizations, in a peace process makes that peace process 64% less likely to fail. One final consideration, for which I have no statistic, only personal experience. At the end of a war, when you try to pick up the pieces and rebuild a society, if there's anything left to build back better, it's thanks to the way women keep a society together during war, caring for children, giving them hope that one day their lives will revolve around going to school, having enough to eat, and feeling safe, and that solidarity and cooperation will become the norm. Establishing networks of self-help and mutual aid in situations of crisis as an anticipation of the gentler and more equal society that will be reconstructed after the war, or after the oppressive regime is defeated. For that is what we aim to achieve in peacemaking as women.
Thank you, Ma'am Clark, for that. We have another video message from Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati ji, who is the Secretary General of the Global Interfaith WASH Alliance, GIWA. It's the first alliance of religious leaders for water, sanitation and hygiene. In fact, Sadhvi Bhagavati Saraswati ji is a PhD, is the president of Divine Shakti Foundation. She's a motivational speaker, author and a social activist. She's also the director of world-famous International Yoga Festival. She serves on the UN Advisory Council on religion and on steering committees of International Partnerships for Religion and Sustainable Development and the Moral Imperative to End Extreme Poverty, a campaign by United Nations and the World Bank. So let's watch the video.
Most respected Puja Amaji, most respected Swamiji, most respected Sri Vijay Nambiarji, all of the distinguished dignitaries, leaders, and those who are truly shedding the light, sharing light with all. And of course, all of the beautiful teams of Seva who are working to make not only this event a great success, but are truly working to make the C20, and especially this stream, this critical stream of gender equality, so powerful with such great recommendations for the leaders of not only the G20 nations, but the entire world. It's such an honor and such a joy to be with you today. I am so sorry that I'm not able to be physically present. I was hoping very much to be able to be with you, but some unavoidable, important meetings are keeping me here in the United States for another few days. But my heart and my spirit and attention and intention and very best wishes are with you for this critical event that is taking place with our Puja Amaji's vision and leadership. And it's such an honor to be with you. Indian culture, what we call our Bharatiya Sanskriti, is a culture that is rooted and anchored and grounded, founded upon not only equality, but actually reverence for the feminine. If you look at all of our words in the Sanskrit and Hindi languages, the word for nature is prakriti, female. The word for creation, shrishti, female. The word for shakti, that energy through which creation is created, nature is created, shakti, feminine. If you look at our prayers and our mantras, we pray, Twameva Mata, Chapita Twameva. Oh God, you are the mother. Then you are the father. But first you are the mother. When we take the name of God, we say Lakshmi Narayan. We say Sitaram. We say Radha Krishna. It's always Shakti first. We have this extraordinary reverence and devotion for that deity. But we need to now make sure that we bring that not only into our temples and houses of worship, but actually into our homes, into our companies, into our offices, into our communities, into our policies across the nation and across the world. And that is what we are here for today. When we look at aspects of gender equality, we need to first realize that equal doesn't mean same. And bringing in policies around gender equality must not be policies that make women free to become like men, in which we still hold the masculine ideal as the highest, but we simply encourage and empower women and girls to embrace that ideal. We must realize and recognize and celebrate the differences in diversity between men and women, between boys and girls, and bring about that equality that embraces and celebrates differences, so that it's not that our girls and women feel that in order to fully embrace their equality, they actually have to act like men. We need to make sure that aspects around water, sanitation, hygiene, that they get our full attention, because what we know is that lack of clean water, lack of access to water, lack of access to improved sanitation and hygiene hit and impact detrimentally women and girls much more severely and much more powerfully than they do men. And so whether it's aspects of toilets, whether it's aspects of access to drinking water, whether it's aspects of menstrual hygiene, education, and access to supplies, we need to make sure that we really focus and emphasize on this. There is absolutely no reason for more than 20% of girls to drop out of school when they start menstruating, simply because they don't have access to the education or the actual supplies to enable them to take care of themselves. But also because there is a taboo around menstruation. So we need to break the taboos, we need to end the silence that are keeping our women and our girls out of school, out of offices, out of work, out of the places where they really need to be stepping into that fullness of their lives. We need to make sure that we realize that true gender equality means that our boardrooms, our round tables, our stages are populated with women, not just serving tea and coffee, not just bringing out souvenirs and shawls on platters, but actually as the leaders, as the decision makers, as the speakers, as the inspirers. And that is something that until and unless we bring that into our cities and our nations, we cannot even begin to speak about having gender equal societies. We need policies that remember that we are one. Vasudev Kutumbakam, one family. Vasudev Kutumbakam literally means Vasudha is our mother. The mother goddess, the earth goddess is our mother, and we are her family. Means that along with equality, empowerment, protection for our women and girls, so we must have it for Mother Earth, Mother Nature, and make sure that we bring that same care to Srishti, to Prakriti, to the creation, to nature. Lastly, so much to say, but time is very short. Lastly, this Million Lights campaign. It's such a beautiful campaign, such a beautiful program. As we celebrate those million lights today, let every one of us pledge and commit ourselves to being a light for others, to bringing a light to others. Lights light others without losing their own light, to bring help, hope to others. Doesn't diminish me in any way, rather it actually increases my light. So let us all remember that in order to truly shine as the great lights we are, we need to bring that light to as many as we can in the world. And that is the extraordinary opportunity that we have with this G20 event under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to really bring the light of this Sanskriti, of these sanskaras, to not only the nation, to not only 20 nations, but to the world. Thank you all so much for being together today, for using your time and talent, technology, tenacity, your energy, your experience, your expertise, to really harness what we know about how to bring about gender equality and empowerment, and how to share those teachings with the world. So much love to you, and the deepest pranam from my heart to Pooja Amaji.
Thank you so much, Sadhviji, for that spiritual and warm introduction to the topic. Indeed, if there is a God, I would personally prefer it to be a woman. Moving ahead, we have the keynote address for this session. And for this, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Ramu Damodaram, whom we had the opportunity to interact with earlier in the day yesterday. Sir is the Deputy Director for Partnerships and Public Engagement in the United Nations Department of Public Information's Outreach. He was earlier the Chief of its Civil Society Service from November 2002 onwards. His responsibilities focus particularly on outreach to and partnerships with the non-governmental, academic, and the private sector constituencies, as well as the general public. Sir, please, the keynote address.
Thank you so much. There was, to my mind, a greater energy in this room yesterday, but I see it's now being restored by the young minds who are coming in. And I'm very grateful that all of you have sacrificed your Sunday morning to join us today. A little while before I left the hotel to come here, I was on the phone talking to two friends of mine, United Nations friends, in Khartoum, in Sudan, where, as all of you know, there is civil war raging. And they told me of their expectant plans bunkered up in their house, waiting for a relief convoy to take them out of the danger zone into another country, another part of the world where they would be more safe. And I thought of them and there's so many others working for the United Nations or their nations around the world, who wake up each morning uncertain about where and how the day will end, and how much each one of us takes for granted. And I thought of that also in the context of the idea of what Swami Amrita Swarupanandaji has described as the identity crisis, the cocoon of identities in which each one of us cloaks ourselves. Many centuries ago, the Indian sage Ramana Maharishi was asked, how do we treat others? And his answer was, there are no others. That is the identity crisis of which Swamiji spoke, because in our effort to label ourselves, to protect ourselves by our family, our name, our occupation, our persuasion, we create increasingly not so much an identity for ourselves as a distance from others. And to my mind, much of this began when, in the increasing years of political correctness and a sense of unwillingness to call things as they should be called, we replaced the phrase human family with the international community. Think of that, international community, the word nation. Looking at the world as a community of 200-odd nations, rather than the human family of 8 billion people, women, children, men, with common aspirations, common ambitions, and common capabilities to fulfill them. Look around this beautiful city and state in which we are. The marvelous statues that adorn its streets, the temples chiseled over time, and think, would we have been able to do that today, unaided by technology or machinery, taking a lump of rock, working on it piece by piece, in, yes, a joyous family of fellow laborers, all with one idea in mind, that out of this bit of forgotten stone, you can create a monument to the one to whom you pray and to what you pray for. We did it several centuries ago when we were not as blessed as we are technologically today. But we have, in a sense, been spoilt. In that concealment of our power and our capacity by that falseness of identity. And I say this today because in a very spirited and moving day yesterday where we heard and learned so much. Much of the conversation was, understandably, about equality. And I say understandably because in so many ways equality has been denied to individuals. Equality has been denied to the planet upon which we live. We have denied equality to each other. But my plea and argument to you today is that is not the end. What if we were all equal, women and men, the capacitated and the less capacitated? Then what? What do we do with that equality? And this is the moment, I think, blessed by the vision of Amma, blessed by the resurgent spirit that we have suddenly been given of the G20 and its motto of a single future and a single family. This is the moment we can think beyond equality to imagine and create the possibilities that that would realize. It's, in the phrase of my new and distinguished friend, Dr. Fulrani, the common threads which harmonize all aspects of life which we must seek and weave. To all of you, our young students who are assembled here, let me recall an incident that occurred 45 years ago today, when in New York City, students protesting the war in Vietnam took over the administration buildings of Columbia University and refused to let the administrators come in. Now, why I mentioned that was that at that particular point in time, in 1968, the preoccupation of students was with injustice in a part of the world which was not their own. Today, the preoccupation of your generation is with the world that is your own, the manner in which it is being devastated and despoiled, the manner in which greed and avarice have led to policies of neglect. Because now, today, what you are apprehending is not the future of others or justice denied to others, but the future that will be your own and the justice that will be denied to you. And that is again what brings me to the theme of my argument. Do you know, do you feel your power? Your power to change as a family. Your power to change on the premise of equality of who you are and not creating for yourself a shelter of false identities. If we are able to take that step of imagination a little while forward, then what this working group and this exercise will realize is what its name signifies. C20. And I'm not looking at the letter C, but the word C, S-E-E, because we are here to tell the leaders of the 20 most powerful economically advanced countries in the world, that they must see the truths that we bring to them. We must see the possibilities we bring to them. We must see the falsehoods that they must realize have masked the realities too long. But that depends upon that premise of equality, that premise of an identity that is not the individual's, but an identity of a resurgent global movement which each one of you is a member of, and which each one of us can be proud of. In that, certainly, the importance and the criticality of respect, as was so beautifully pointed out yesterday, respect to all genders is going to be critical. In the beautiful phrase of Amma, we are in an era of universal motherhood. Think of that phrase. It's not just a proud woman who gives birth to a child. It's a universality where nature and its maternal protection, as well as our core human spirit and its maternal dimensions, are recognized. Here in this great state of Orissa, the state song, the state anthem, if you will, is Bande Utkala Janani. And I'd like to share the closing verse with you. Then, honor to the valiant heroes of Utkal. They frame crimsoned with their enemies' blood. Prince darling of the whole universe, O mother, O mother, O mother. Greeted by thy great sons and their crowning beads. Look at the incongruity of that. It's such a powerful anthem. And the tribute is to the mother, to the mother, to the mother. But then the protection comes from valiant sons. It's almost instinctive. We respect our mothers, but we do not feel they're capable of being protected by their daughters. It must be their sons. And that, friends, is where the danger lies. Because in our surrender, if you will, to stereotypes, we create a falsehood, a myth. One of the great daughters of Orissa, who also happens to be the daughter of the late respected Biju Patnaik, the author Geeta Mehta, has written, there is a difference between being kicked in the face and reading about someone being kicked in the face. It is a difference, if you will, of existentialism. And most of us have been fortunate to only read about personal trauma or personal injustice. But if we allow ourselves to get beyond that second-degree separation of reading to actually feeling, then we can realize the power of this opportunity that we have before us today. And I think of the wonderful minds whom we met yesterday, of Dinesh, who is working on outlawing human trafficking in India, of Piyu, working very much on the same subject, of Santosh Patnaik, working in slums, of these men and women, young, who have brought so much passion and energy to what we are trying to do. Because what they represent is, to my mind, the new identity, if I may again borrow Swamiji's expression, and that new identity is diversity. It's not just diversity amongst us as individuals. It's also a diversity within ourselves. The realization that each one of us is a combination and a confluence of so many streams. Look at the themes of the policy groups that we heard yesterday. Economic empowerment and sustainable livelihoods, education and skill development, environment disasters, physical and mental health, safety and security, society and values, and disability. and think of the possibility that each one of these themes could be comprehended within an individual human life. These are not distinct themes that are separated amongst people. They are themes that resonate within each one of ourselves. And for that reason, we must have what I would argue is an open diversity. A diversity that is open to further diversification within ourselves, within our communities, enriching us as nothing else can, least of all conformity. And what is the means of ensuring this open diversity? To my mind, that is that I go back to the Charter of the United Nations, which spoke about harmonizing the actions of nations towards collective ends, and transporting that to the individual, transporting the actions of individuals to common ends. And another phrase from the United Nations Charter, that of fundamental freedoms, our fundamental freedom to be recognized, to be valued, and to be allowed to contribute as human beings, members of a human family, in a manner that persists and is sustainable, not a manner which is episodic and for the moment. Harmonious action is essential, but harmonious action must thrive, must survive, must flourish. And so I would like to end in typical United Nations fashion with an acronym for which the UN is famous. Think of this great state in which we are, whose hospitality we have enjoyed, Odisha, and think of its letters O-D-I-S-H-A. And let me suggest that those letters could stand for open diversity is sustainable, harmonious action. Let that be the spirit that takes us forward. Let the flag of Bhubaneswar, the flag of C20, let that propel us to a future which we can. The harmony, if you will, of a million lights. The harmony of lights over a planet of possibilities. And the light that Amma has made our very own. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, a keynote. Next, we have Swamiji Amritanandamayi Devi, who's the Executive Director of the US MA Centers. May I please request Swamiji's presence and his wisdom to this occasion.
Om Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Om Amriteshwariyai Namaha. First of all, my humble prostrations to Swamiji, who's representing Amma and sitting here in the form of Amma, and to our distinguished guests and all the people here, and my humble prostrations. Let me start with a story which was about the creation. After the Creator made the creation, he called a man and a woman and asked their comments as to how it can be changed. What modification can they recommend? So the man looked at the creation and said, inherently, you have given so much of importance to women, And as the earth, as we were saying earlier, everything has a motherly name to it, and it's a woman's name. And he went on rambling. Then the woman came and was asked, and then she said, God, you have given all the strengths to men, and the men are inherently strong and all these things. And she also complained as to the creation was not equal. So God called them, both of them, together and said, when you sit down and look at each other, what do you see? Do you see your strengths or do you see your weaknesses? So the Creator said, you are neither a man or a woman. As in the Bhagavatam, it is said that na purushaha na stri, that is about describing about God, is neither man nor a woman nor an object. And so it goes on describing what is not, because you can never express what it is. So he said that is the goal of every human being that is born here. And so our goal of each and every person is to rise above these differences and to reach a state where one day we will understand that we are neither a man nor a woman, nor he nor she. But first of all, I would like to give a disclosure, and I also want to ask for a non-disclosure agreement, because I'm coming from US right now, where it's not about gender equality right now among the generations. It's about gender confusion. Now, I cannot call a girl, she, a boy, he. I have to be very careful in addressing them. Because when I call them she says, I'm not she. Then I said, are you he? No. Then how do you address yourself? They said, oh, you have to call me they. So how do I address them is the question. So there is a complete non-identification or confusion of identity amongst the present generation. And so, in one sense, as I was talking earlier, definitely women do not have the physical strength, as Swamiji was expressing yesterday. When the creation happened, the women inherently did not have the physical strength as men do. And that, because of that, I've seen women suffering all over the world, especially when Amma asked me to travel to Haiti in 2010 during the earthquake in Haiti. It was such a pathetic scene when I could see that most of the people, they were not living in homes. They were afraid that there would be another earthquake because of the larger earthquake that was triggered. So they were all housed in tents in the middle of the city by the roadside. So women were highly vulnerable. And as I heard, there were rapes, there were molestations, women were harmed more than men. So it was happening like every day. And of course, as you see, today also women are trafficked more than men. And so there is the inherent lack of strength in women, but this dictum that which was given to us by the Vedas, that first of all, that it is Mata, Pita, Guru, Deva. So it was Mata, that is the mother, who is the first in our lives. Because we are born from a woman, and as we are born, the first teacher is the woman. Because, we are all like monkeys in one way. We tend to imitate others. So the first learning takes place from our mother, because mother is the closest to all of us, all the children. And then there's also another one, the first we call Matru Devo Bhava, then Pitru Devo Bhava. So again Mata, Matru Devo Bhava, that is what we are taught when we are young. But unfortunately, see, this the lack of respect that we see in the society today is because of the lack of these values and these teachings. And inherently, those teachings were given from a very young age. The students would have had, or the children would have had, the education to respect women automatically. And so what the need of the present society to understand and to move forward is to respect, to have that respect for women, and to inculcate that at a very young age itself. That's what Amma says, that from very young age, children should be taught and how to respect the women especially. And when we see that the differences, as I was saying earlier, of course, men have physical strength, whereas women have the mental strength. And mentally, that if we give that opportunity for women to grow, we could see that their strengths can be just take flowers and bloom as flowers. And in one sense, women have compassion in their heart. The first thing that comes to them is compassion. I remember when we were young and we were children, of course we did a lot of naughty things, and sometimes our mothers used to get angry. And then they used to throw whatever they would get at us. Sometimes it would be pot, sometimes it would be a stick, but they will make sure that it won't hit us. It will they will make sure that it will not hit us, but only scare us. So they come from a very compassionate point of view, whereas men come from an intellect. And today, that's the other problem, as we see, is that inherently Amma was saying that we don't have that kind of opportunity given to women, because one of the things is that they are painted as an object of desire. And if you see all the advertisements, if you see all the billboards, you'll see most of it is women. And why? Because now they think it is a good selling point for advertisement. So Amma says now women are being grown like a plant in a pot. So we need to give them opportunity to grow up. And this is inherently what we need today. And one of the things that we see is because if we educate them, as Amma was talking yesterday in her message, if we give them opportunity to bloom, they definitely will actually supersede men in their abilities. As we see, now one of the other things is also there are many women leaders, presidents and prime ministers in these countries. And you can see that the amount of calamities and also the man-made calamities and also wars are much less because of being a woman being the president in that country. So Amma says that when we have this compassion in our hearts, definitely both men and women will become equal and rise above the differences. I'm saying about a story in which I would like to narrate about once there was a doctor, a surgeon, and he was always busy in his office and his work. And what he did was he did not find satisfaction in what he was doing, but still he was doing it mechanically. And one day, as he was driving home, his car got some mechanical problem, and he pulled over on the side of the highway. And as some of you know, in the U.S., mostly nobody would stop and do anything if you have a breakdown. So he was standing there. It was a cold, rainy day, and all the other cars were passing by. And what happened was suddenly, after 10-15 minutes later, he did not know what to do, and he was calling it's called the AAA, and where they would send the mechanic. So the mechanic did not come for a long time, and they said because it's a rainy day and it's busy, it'll take about an hour to 2 hours. So he was just waiting there, and it was cold, and his engine had died. And half an hour later, a car pulled over, and a woman stepped out of the car. And naturally, he became a little bit tense, thinking that a woman might be there to extort something from him or ask him for something. But as the woman came to him, she asked him, "Do you need any help?" And he was quite reluctant to say yes, but after some persuasion, he said, "Yes, I would like some help." So the woman said, "Your car is, the engine is not running, it's cold, why don't you go and sit in my car?" So he had to move to the women's car, and he thought maybe the woman is going to just start his car and then drive away with his expensive car and leaving her old car with him. But after half an hour, she started, somehow was able to start the car, and she said she was a mechanic, that's why she could repair. And the man thanked her, and the doctor, what happened was he was as egoistic as he was, he took a bunch of notes from his wallet and offered it to the woman. And the woman said, "No, thank you, because I didn't expect anything from you. I'm doing it as a selfless service." So the doctor replied, "Okay, how can I repay you back?" So she said, "The same way I did to you." And from that day onwards, the man started searching. How can he repay back to some other people? And so he kept on thinking, and one day, as he was sitting in a restaurant, he saw the waiter who was actually clutching his stomach, and he was serving everybody. So he said, asked him the reason why he was having. So he said, "I'm having a stomach problem." And when the doctor checked his stomach physically, he realized that he needed an urgent surgery because almost his hernia was going to be ruptured. So immediately he took him to the hospital, and when he was in the hospital, he did the surgery, performed the surgery, and then the man was taken to his room. And 10 minutes later, the wife came and was attending to the man, and so the wife was having a conversation with him and asked him, "How did you come here?" So he said, "A kind doctor took me and he operated me and did everything." And so The woman said, we don't have the money to pay back to the hospital. So how are we going to do that? So as they were sitting there and pondering, this doctor immediately walked into the room. And as the eyes of the doctor and the woman met each other, they just kept looking at each other and staring at each other, and tears started coming out of their eyes, because it was the same woman that had helped the doctor. So Amma says, when we really have such compassion to each other and an outlook which is very compassionate, then we can arise from these differences of being a man and a woman. And especially also the fact that one of the beautiful expressions that has been coined is, differently abled than disabled. Because in one sense, we are all disabled mentally, may not be physically. So in one sense, so we can identify in that sense with the physically disabled. And when we make fun of them, or when we say that, when we look down upon them, as Amma says, always when you point a finger, there are 4 fingers pointed towards you. So we don't see that all the problems that we have. So when we think about this, again, what is the solution? Amma says the solution is compassion and love that we show to each other. And again, as I said, to conclude, I would say that, the mother's form, the woman as being the mother, as Amma always says, it is the most beautiful form, and it's the most powerful form. And imagine, like today, Amma has come in that form of a mother as well as of a woman. And she was, as we had described yesterday, Swamiji was describing yesterday, she rose up from being an ordinary person with so much of difficulties to such a height today. Why? Because of her resilience, her mental strength, and the fact that she knew that there was inner strength in her. And it's much more higher than anything. And what was her inner strength? Compassion. Every situation, Amma was thinking, what can I give? And not what can I take? So just imagine, Amma has given hugs to more than 40 million people today. And all around the world. Just imagine for a moment if she had come in the form of a man. I'm not making fun of men, sorry. And men hugging people. It won't be as sweet and as beautiful as what Amma does today. And so the motherly hug, the motherly love, and the motherly inherent nature of a woman is her power. And I would like to thank all of you, and especially for giving this opportunity, and may that compassion and love rise in each other, where we will go beyond the distinction of being a man, a woman, and able and disabled. Om Amriteshwari Namaha.
With the same applauses, let's welcome Dr. Priya Nair, Working Group Coordinator for Integrated Health. Dr. Priya. She's the Working Group Coordinator for Integrated Health and Integrated and Holistic Health. My apologies and thank you.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. My humble prostrations to Amma, to Swamiji and all the dignitaries here on and off the dais. I'll keep it very brief. I have had the esteemed honor of being one of the coordinators for the C20 Working Group on Integrated Holistic Health. We completed our summit 2 weeks ago in Faridabad at Amrita Hospitals, And it's very heartening to join the Summit for Gender Equality and Disability and to hear that even though we are supposedly two different working groups, ultimately we are all speaking the same language, we are saying the same exact things. In integrated holistic health, based on the inspiration given to us by Amma, our concept of health, we have tried to broaden it, we have tried to expand it. As we all know, the trajectory of our concept of health through the ages has it's changed. It started as an individual where we thought health depended on the human body. Gradually we recognized that it depends on the people around us. Therein was born the concept of public health. As the world grew smaller, we started discussing global health. We realized that we are not only human species, but we are interdependent on animals, and the concept of One Health came, and now we are currently talking on planetary health. However, health has to go back to the ancient concepts of health, wherein we recognize that just physical health alone or looking outward alone is not really going to help us understand how to maintain health. We need to move inwards as well. Mental health, emotional health, spiritual health, socio-cultural health, and therein was born the concept of integrated holistic health, which is what we are working on. So I was here when the final output of the breakout sessions on women's health was discussed. It's essentially the same things that we are talking, and I just thought I'd share the top 5, just list the top 5 selections, or when we had gone through the very same voting process. The first or the highest voted concept was on adolescent health, especially in and around issues of nutrition. We aim or we hope to be able to ensure that women are nourished far before they reach the stage of pregnancy, during their adolescence, from childhood itself. The second is around, like many of you have already discussed, sexual and menstrual health and hygiene, especially the stigma that surrounds that, and being able to break that stigma is going to be the first and most important aspect when it comes to trying to improve women's sexual and menstrual hygiene. Third is healthcare access for women and vulnerable groups, including LGBTQ. That's something that's very near and dear to all of our hearts. And last but not at all the least is trying to promote women in leadership positions when it comes to public health care and healthcare delivery, as well as we talk a lot about research and the need to further understand and further our science, but when you look at healthcare research, it's still very male-based. You look at something as simple as heart attack. They have not yet bothered to look at, do you need to treat male and female differently for a heart attack? It's all just considered as one. So the need to be able to further gender-based research, to be able to give proper health care to women based on their differences in their physical structure and physical requirements. These are the top 5 that have been picked for integrated holistic health. And as I've been given to believe, ultimately C20 policy packs will all be one, and what was discussed here with all of you will be written up by all of us together. So I hope that we can have a very comprehensive output at the end of this entire C20 process. I would like to end very quickly on a personal note. I had the incredible fortune of talking about healthcare leadership. I had the incredible fortune of being I grew up in Amma's ashram. I was only 3 when our family had moved there. And in all honesty, many of you might have met Amma, many of you will have the opportunity to meet Amma. When you meet Amma, she sees each one of us as perfect. We have the potential to become anything, to do anything. And when you have the honor to grow up with somebody like that, you don't really feel that there is any inequality, whether you're a man or a woman or whatever you are. So I was never really exposed to the feeling that I was inferior to anybody else until I had gone to medical school. And through the medical school process, many of you here are doctors, and I'm sure you will understand that confusion that goes on when you try to select your specialty. So we start to ask our professors as to, what should we take? And I wanted desperately to become a surgeon. And some of my professors started to say, no, you can't become a surgeon. You're a woman, and, you should be careful. Your physical, it'll be too strenuous for you. And I was put down with regards to becoming a surgeon. So competitiveness takes a front spot, and I decided no matter what, I'm going to become a surgeon. And finally I went to Amma and I said, I have to become a surgeon because I want to show that a woman can become the best surgeon as well. But that wasn't given the same applause by Amma. She looked at me and she said, please do not decide to become a surgeon so that you can become better than a man. Become a doctor as the perfect woman. And if you become a doctor as the perfect woman and show how the perfect woman will become a doctor, then you will become the perfect doctor that you can be. So I pray that all of us, male, female, or however we identify, can become the perfect versions of our own selves, and that we can inspire women all over the world to become the perfect version of what they can be, their infinite potential. I pray that Amma's grace blesses us all to achieve this. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Priya. I think we already have a glimpse of Amma's strength and sweetness through Dr. Priya's talk. Moving on, let's hear about the existing gender equality government policies. For that, I'll request Dr. Bhavani Rao, India Coordinator, Gender Equality and Disability Working Group, to grace the occasion.
Hello everyone again. Thank you for joining us again today after yesterday. My job over here is to just reflect on the country's strategies for gender equality and link it a little bit to our discussions yesterday and see how well our country is doing and what we could possibly do in terms of our communication on how we could make things better. And I'm keeping this very India-centric because I feel that while the entire talk has been pushing towards the G20 level, we could come out with some strong recommendations for the country level also. Might as well make the most of it, and that's why I'm keeping this reflection a little bit more India-centric. So as you know, the statistics, the global gender gap, and that was published, India ranks pretty much at the bottom of the 154 countries. Typically they measure the outcomes in terms of economic participation, education, health and survival and political environment. And of course, all of us know in India that the government has a huge number of schemes that address various aspects of gender equality. One of the ones that we know that is out there and is probably the most popularized is the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao scheme, the Mahila Shakti Kendra, working women hostels, Mahila police volunteers. There are, I would say, at least 25 to 30 specific gender policies and schemes that are there in the country. Apart from that, there is a strong push to identify and strengthen the processes and identify reform areas and reform actions, as well as monitor the performance of these schemes. We know that these processes are in place. Let us take a little closer look at these in the perspective of what we have been discussing in the breakout rooms. So if you can go to the next slide. So from the discussions yesterday, these are the four, maybe I should just, so I don't sprain my neck, I'll just have my computer on. So on safety and security, we have identified the top priority areas as government funding to increase safety, engaging men and boys, workplace safety, action plan to prevent and address gender-based violence. And we can go next and we can see what it is there already. And again, this is not an exhaustive list because if I put all the different schemes, it runs over my page. So I've just selected the top few and presented it over here. We do have the Nirbhaya Fund, which is, again, increased funds for government funding for increasing safety. We have the Ujjwala scheme, which is to prevent trafficking and rescue and rehabilitation of and reintegration of victims, the Voxat victims, protection of women from domestic violence, the Criminal Law Act of 2013, the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, and the Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act of 2013. We know that these are in place, but what we have identified was probably what we can extract from our policy recommendations is that we probably need to make sure that the legal and structural barriers, they need addressing, and we need to have gender-sensitive, inclusive standard operating procedures. This is what has come out from our discussions. Also, what is interesting is that from our discussions, it's come out that community-based mechanisms is something that we need to really promote a lot more in terms of gender-based. I see a lot of the audience, it's your voices that is being echoed over here. Also, safe responders. These are the main items that are coming out as gaps in policy. You can go next. And in terms of economic empowerment and sustainable livelihoods, access to finance and accountability for loan refusal, procurement from women-owned micro, small, and medium enterprises, implementation of the G20 roadmap towards and beyond the Brisbane goal, jobs and skill development in green and blue economies. These are the main ideas that came out of those discussions. We do see that there are actually so many schemes, you can go next, that are available, like the Mahila e-Heart. I'm sure that Meg brought this up in our conversation. There is an online platform that is available to women entrepreneurs, the Stand Up India scheme, the Mudra loan scheme. There is also a public procurement policy from MSME. There are also other kind of supporting things like working women hostels, the Rashtriya Mahila Kosh. There's actually quite a few on the economic empowerment side of it. But I think what seems to come out is that there is a lack of awareness and a lack of capacity among women to access these schemes. Either that they do not know that these schemes are available to them, or there are other inhibitions that really restrict how well women can access these opportunities. That was the main discussions point that came out, and also promoting the green and the blue economies. We know that 40% of any country's population lives along the coastlines and is dependent on coastlines for their economies, and therefore the blue economy becomes very significant. And of course, in the light of climate change, environmental degradation and extinction of species, it is very important for us to also look at the green economy. So you can go next. In education and skill development, our voices together have set to prioritize the last mile connectivity, girls in all their diversity, not just girls, is readiness for the future of work, gender parity in education and skill development. And you notice that, again, even in education and skill development, again, I've only listed a few, the Samagra Shikshan Abhiyan, the Skill Initiative, Skill India Initiative, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Mahila Shakti Kendra, many of these schemes, and especially our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been really in his speeches pushing a lot towards Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and actually, in fact, also, if I may mention that women-led development is one of the key agendas of the entire G20 India presidency. So the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Sherpa Amitabh Kant have taken great pain to send letters to all the engagement groups and all the Sherpa tracks to make sure that gender equality is a conversation that happens in every one of these tracks. So I feel very sure that our conversation is definitely going to make its way all the way up. to the G20 recommendations simply because of this thrust that is coming. So we have a very conducive government to push our agenda, and so that's why also I feel we have to keep it, we also have to have one side looking at how we can make it India-centric, and so within our country, how can we make sure we strengthen what we already have. Yes. In terms of coming back to education and skill development, a lot of people said that the last mile connectivity is where things really break down, and therefore we really need to strengthen the last mile connectivity. The future of work is changing. In fact, there is an entire whole day program that is dedicated to the future of work happening in Odisha, Bhubaneswar, under the G20 Education Sherpa track, not too far away. Of course, education parity, gender parity in education and skill development program, and the lack of gender disaggregated data in terms of both education and in terms of work. Moving on to the environment and disasters, I'm trying to keep it really short. Our priorities have been the knowledge of the indigenous communities and climate justice, promoting access to clean and safe water, land access, acquisition and stewardship, inclusive disaster preparedness and relief. These are the main recommendations that have come out of us. And while we have a National Disaster Management Agency, there are also some dedicated programs that actually look at women's stewardship towards the environment, especially in terms of water, also the Mahila Kisan Sashaktikaran Pariyojana. We know also that in the recent past, in the last few years, there's been actually a lot of recognition of indigenous knowledge. We know that actually even from Orissa, we have a Padma Shri awardee winner who is an indigenous tribal lady who possesses tremendous knowledge. And you've seen that, whether it's from Orissa, from Karnataka, very rich indigenous knowledge being appreciated at the national level. What remains to be done is to capture this knowledge. If you see the photographs, they're really old ladies, and what have we put into place to actually capture and retain that knowledge? That is the next level, otherwise we lose the knowledge. So the recognition of this indigenous knowledge systems definitely is in place. We probably need stronger ways to actually capture and transfer this knowledge. The other thing is women's participation in land and water. It seems to have come up, but not just land and water, in basically all natural resource management. I think we can extrapolate it too, and definitely there is a glaring gap in inclusivity in disaster preparedness and relief programs. I'm not sure the NDMA has that many women actually, so. Okay, physical and mental health. Now we know that mental health is the big topic. It's the elephant in the room, whether you're talking about our school children and our college students, but also among women. And COVID basically pushed this vulnerability in our faces. And so now we can actually acknowledge it, not be ashamed of it, and talk about it and then deal with it. And of course, overall healthcare is a beautiful talk given by Dr. Priya, and there's a lot of synergy between the two working groups, and they're working very closely together. Human trafficking and the flesh trade, this has been around since the beginning of time, and we still, as a community, have not been able to address this issue. Global well-being. Yes, I think they're telling me to speak faster. But just to reflect a little bit more on the comprehensive mental health and education, there have been, ultimately, we can talk about what the government needs to do, but we also need to know what we can also ourselves bring into our institutions. For example, Amrita has been working a lot on mental health, both with the student communities as well as rural communities, but also on mental health in engaging men and boys. Now, we have to also reflect, when we are making these recommendations, how best institutionally we are also making it a part of ourselves. Again, the health is probably one of the most well covered in terms of national health policies. But here, again, what could be more robust is the mental health education and community-based mental health services. This is probably one of the biggest missing links. And of course, in terms of, I've clubbed disability into the health section because just it would fit easier, is to provide accessible, supportive healthcare for people with disabilities and also women with disabilities, and to make sure that there is gender disaggregated data that is available. Because only when we have that data will we know where exactly the gaps are, and this is something that has come out quite significantly. In terms of gender sense, social and cultural, we have clubbed the engaging men and boys into this because this is one way we can actually strengthen the socio-cultural norms to, I wouldn't say social strengthen it, but to make ourselves better as a society and improve our culture. So gender sensitization training, we do have gender sensitization training, improve legal systems for gender-based violence, improve gender mainstreaming implementation, and international multilateral women's ministries. These are the main recommendations that came up. If you go next, this is probably one of the places where we have schemes actually, but they're not as many and as not as strong. Because even in our discussions, we realize forming policies around socio-cultural elements is a little hard. Because this is where we need to take ownership as people. It's not something that can be really enforced on you as a government, but we still can do some things. And those some things is definitely having comprehensive gender and masculinity transformative education. So it links back to education, because that's one of the fundamental areas where you build beliefs, you create culture and knowledge. So, and the easiest way to actually reach the masses is through education, where you shift perspectives, and therefore once you have a generational change, then things become easier. But also very strongly that we involve men and boys in the conversations. Not doing so, when we alienate them, it can actually just exacerbate vulnerabilities later on. And the other, I would say, cross-cutting element that came across through our conversation, if you go next, is gender mainstreaming. It doesn't matter what area, but gender mainstreaming is something that everyone has expressed should be something that is cross-cutting. In India, we do have some national policies and schemes for gender mainstreaming. We have the gender budgeting and the national policy for the empowerment of women. Sorry, the mistake is 2011. This is actually a very interesting policy. I'm not quite sure how much people have actually leveraged it and how effective it's been, but it's actually a pretty interesting policy. So it is designed to be a comprehensive gender mainstreaming policies across all government policies, programs, and budgets. So it works at the government level, and it's supposed to bring that gender sensitization at all levels of the government. This is not something probably that directly impacts us, but it's probably something that's good for our politicians to know and our bureaucrats to know, I guess. So in one of the takeaways I think that we have here as a part of this entire exercise and this journey is that it also allowed us to reflect on what were the best practices that we had, just like every one of you sent in udaharans on what were the best practices that you had. And it was a wonderful reflection for us because we have Amma as our chancellor, and the fact the kind of gender equality and the kind of, we don't have the kind of hurdles in so many ways at the university because we have Amma as a chancellor. We have most of our top management women, there are 5 working groups under Amrita, and all 5 are headed by women. So it's a bit of a gender imbalance even over there. So just that exposure and in some ways, I think those of us at Amrita have been a little privileged, but this entire exercise has also helped us reflect that it's not necessarily that easy for a lot of different people. We're in that way a little, and Amma has actually enabled those things for us. And so, again, it has been very rewarding and enriching for us. And thank you again for being a part of the process. I know there is still more to go for the rest of the day, but this is almost like a recap of what has happened yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, there's a lot of energy and synergy on the topic. Very difficult to capture everything in words with the limited time. So we have figured out a better way. Let's take a group picture. So I invite all the international delegates, all the guests, Shri Vijayanambiya ji, Sir please, Puja Swami ji, Amrita Swarupanand Puri ji, and all our discussants, participants who have come so far, and also the international team, which has been traveling with us all the way. And so much work has been done in the last few months with a lot of drive and energy towards formation of policies in the next coming few months. So I invite everybody to let's jump on stage quickly so that we can capture the wonderful energy.
Not everybody on stage, we can have layers. If everybody's on stage, you won't be able to capture it. Really? Everybody on stage?
Not the students, but international.
Then did you say that?
I'll do as soon as start coming. I'll stop. Yeah. 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 We'll have a photo with the students a little later. I invite all participants who have come so far, all discussants, international delegates, coordinators of the C20, members of the working group, to please come on the dais with bright beaming faces, and let's capture the synergy of the moment.
Tell people where to go. The chairs need to go on the side.
I request everybody to please follow our team with the positions. This is only for the participants, discussants, and the team. Later on, we'll take a photo with the participants. For the discussants. We'll have another round of photos with the participants. We have a flooding stage. I request your patience. I request everybody to please follow our onstage managers regarding your positions. I would request the predominant presence of discussants, delegates who have joined us from far to grace the occasion. I request the guests and working group coordinators to please come to the front. Dr. Bhavani, can you please join us at the front row? Dr. Bhavani, there's a request to please join us at the front row. There she is on the left. I again request for the predominance of the discussants, international panelists who have come so far, and our esteemed guests. With the other participants, we are going to have another round of pictures in a short while. Thank you. I request everybody on dais to please smile so that we can capture the picture. I request the photographers to do the quick honors. I request the smiling faces on stage to kindly face the camera. Can we please look straight towards the cameras? They are already well positioned to capture our faces. I think more than the positions, it would be the brightness of the face which would count more. Let's just look at the flashes and capture the synergy of the moment. Okay, can everybody join me in saying C20 with a smile on their faces? C20. I request the guests to take the lead in this. One last round of smiles again from everybody. And let's capture the moment. Okay, let's take it at the count of 3. 3, 2, and 1. Let's have a louder C20. C20. I'm sure this will go as a momentous occasion in this summit, and you will be able to reflect upon the synergy that we have gathered through it. Post the group photo. We are breaking for 10 minutes for a coffee break. please come back to the hall. We have an workshop on world peace, meditation and gender equality after 10 minutes for the coffee break. So we break for 10 minutes and we come back quickly to the hall as assembled together for the world peace and meditation workshop. Thank you. For your information, coffee is being served at the banquet hall. Like yesterday, we are breaking for 10 minutes for the coffee. Those who wish to have coffee, please move on to the banquet hall for the coffee break of 10 minutes, post which we are assembling here in the main auditorium for a workshop on world peace. Thank you, everybody. I welcome back everyone. After the coffee break, we have a session on world peace, meditation, and gender equality. But before that, can I please invite a very special person, Ekaterina Zagladina, who is the president of the Permanent Secretariat of the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureate. Please join me in applauding and welcoming Ms. Ekaterina Zagladina. She's going to share a few reflections with us from the summit before we begin with the workshop.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have been inspired by the speeches in the morning, so I just wanted to share with you certain reflections. It was not planned, so excuse if it's a little bit cumbersome, but that's, I think, goes along with all the comments given before. So, first of all, I would like to say for the Permanent Secretariat of the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates, it's a source of pride and inspiration to have Amma and her organization as an ally in India, including the occasion to join our efforts in such an important issue as gender equality and disability. For more than 15 years, I have been the president of the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureates organization, and I have had the opportunity to witness the capacity for change of the human being when inspired by values of unity, empathy, and love. For the first 74 years of the Nobel Peace Prize, only 3 women received the prize. What an imbalance. But after that, another 15 women won the Nobel Peace Prize. There have been comparatively few female awardees in any of the 5 Nobel Prize categories. Only 5% of all the Nobel Prize winners in history are women. This imbalance reflects women's struggle for respect and recognition throughout all sectors of society. However, in the last 50 years, things have gradually changed. Since the creation of the Nobel Peace Prize in 1901, and I just want to underline this is a peace prize, 18 women have won this distinction. I think it's a great breakthrough. The first was Bertha von Suttner in 1905, honorary president of the International Peace Bureau and author of the novel Arms Down. And the most recent is Maria Ressa, a brave Filipino journalist who received the award as a symbol for fight for freedom of expression. Other winners have been the well-remembered Mother Teresa of Calcutta, Rigoberta Menchú from Guatemala, and several exemplary women, and several other exemplary women. From different scenarios, facing multiple challenges such as poverty, discrimination, violence, and repression, women like them and many others like you and any of us have inspired each of us and each other, and continue to inspire others, especially young generation. So we are seeing the change in the role of women in today's society, and it's a positive trend. For a long time, the role of women was unbalanced. For a long time, from antiquity to the present day, women are displaced from the decisions of power and seen only as an object of instinct and a servant from a lower plane. And today, unfortunately, we women are recovering, or unfortunately, it didn't happen until these days, but fortunately, we are recovering our voice and are saying loud and strong what is not right with the historical attitude towards our gender. This is an important advance. Nowadays, we hear the talk of the empowerment women, and I would like to just give a certain reflection, a philosophical reflection on that. Please don't get me wrong. When I reflect on this topic, I feel that women shall not be empowered because women are powerful by themselves from the beginning. Her power is natural and comes from her birth. More than empowering herself, what a woman needs is to have an attitude of respect and love towards herself, towards her fellow man, and towards men. Also, she regains, and that's how she regains her balance. And that balance does not imply entering into opposition with men, quite the opposite. Balance implies harmony and complementarity. Because we are two sides of the same coin, we are the yin and yang, we are the combination between the prevalence of the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere, and only together we can recover the most important notion of humanity, which is unity. If the woman opposes to men, she generates a new imbalance, and we are not fixing anything. If women and men collaborate in harmony, we are fulfilling the essence of our being and advancing together towards the goal of peace. The woman is already powerful. She already has the power within her. Now is the time for us to use that power for the noblest purpose and to help men to redefine their role in front of women. Together, women and men have built history, not always correctly, and together we can build a new history, a story of love, forgiveness, peace, and unity. Redefining the role of women is accepting that women already have power within themselves, as I said, and it is part of the essence, and that is not necessary to prove it. If she starts from this base, she starts from security and certainty without the need to confront others to assert our opinions and positions. They will just flow naturally, those positions. So for this reason, I just want to compliment the list of Nobel Peace Prize winners with men, who also struggled along with women for peace and equality, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Martin Luther King, Mikhail Gorbachev, Nelson Mandela. All of them have believed in the power of peace and ethics to end conflicts in the world. All of them, women and men, showed the power of peace and ethics to transform the course of humanity. Here are brave women who have been victims and have risen up with resilience, women who help their peers, women who lead for peace. And there are also men who accompany us and empower us in the task that belongs to everyone. To all of them, I offer my applause and recognition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on, we quickly jump to the much-awaited World Peace Meditation and Gender Equality Workshop. The workshop shall be conducted by Brahmachari Mokshamrita Chaitanya Ji, who is the Ayudh India National Coordinator and Yoga Meditation Instructor. Swamiji loves to inspire and to motivate the youth, and in order to make them realize their true potential, he is a celebrated speaker. In fact, talking on spirituality centered on Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads, and non-duality, he has been invited to various national and international forums, even the TEDx. He's a certified trainer and he has imparted yoga and meditation classes across the globe. Most celebrated perhaps was in Kuwait during the Kuwait Yoga Meet 2018. He was a software professional. He still is an expert in the field before he met Amma and moved on about 2 decades ago while he was working in North America. And he decided to join Amma's mission and join Amma's work in Kerala. In the initial years, he was also serving the role of a faculty at a university in computer science department. He has authored several scientific research papers in the areas of wireless technology, cybersecurity, and e-learning. And to mention specially that Swamiji has been, as a part of the C20, spearheading a campaign in New Delhi schools. 2 aspects to it. One is the 999 campaign, where he has been inspiring students in school for integrated holistic health, and the more special one which was inaugurated yesterday. Here, the 1 Million Lights campaign, and Swamiji is spearheading this in the schools in New Delhi. So we have a very magnificent speaker with us today who's going to conduct this session. With all your love and applauses, can I please invite on stage Brahmachari Mokshamrita Chaitanya Ji, and I request your participation, wholehearted participation in this workshop.
Namaste everyone. Let me start with a prayer. Om Dhyayamo Dhavalavagunthanavati Tejomayi Naishthiki Snigdha Pangavilokini Bhagavati Mandasmita Shrimukhi Vatsalyamritavarshini Sumadhuram Sankirtanalapini Shyamangi Madhusikta Suktim Amritanandatmikam Ishwari Om Amriteshwari Namah. My humble prostrations at the lotus feet of our most beloved Amma, and my namaskaram to all of you. So, this session is titled World Peace Meditation and Gender Equality Workshop. I had few things in mind for the workshop, but I don't know how much time we will have, so we'll try to do whatever possible. Might have to skip certain elements. First and foremost, we'll begin with the World Peace Meditation, which is given to us by Amma herself. But before we move on to the World Peace Meditation, let me quickly talk about a few of the initiatives that we have started in different parts of India and different parts of the world from Ayudh perspective. Ayudh is an international youth movement inspired by Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, Amma, and spread across 6 continents. Lots of youngsters who are connected to it in the spirit of selfless service. And they're all inspired by Amma, her life, her vision of selfless service. I'll skip some of these slides, but just want to give you a flavor of what Ayudh does world over, the youth who are part of the Ayudh. Social service, personality development, green initiatives, all these different aspects of Ayudh. And we are also, our youth are also representing in various national as well as international platforms, such as these, the ECOSOC Youth Forum, the CSW Commission on Status for Women, most of you know, and they have also represented in European Parliament, sorry. This is an initiative from Integrated Holistic Health Working Group under C20, under which we are, from the Ayudh side, partnering with this working group to ensure that in all the schools and colleges across India, we are fostering yoga and meditation, especially Surya Namaskar, because Amma has been giving a lot of importance to it. And this is 9 rounds of Surya Namaskar, 9 minutes of meditation for 9 days. It's a challenge. So this is some of the photographs of 999 challenge, what we call it, across different schools of Delhi. And we are also doing it in many other parts of India and the world. These are some quick pictures. And we have received very, very excellent feedback from most of these students, teachers, all of them, saying that this is a very good initiative because from a very early age we are inculcating that importance of yoga and meditation among the youth. And now, just yesterday, the Director of Education, Delhi, he also announced the launch of these 2 campaigns of the Gender Equality Working Group. One of them, you saw that beautiful formation yesterday on the ground, huge ground where we had more than 30,000 students. So we are launching this campaign, 1 million lights, in all the schools of Delhi. And I'm hoping that this Udaharan will be taken up by many other states also, maybe including Orissa also. And then we are also launching a campaign of the human formation, which looks like the C20 logo with a GE symbol. If you can kindly play that small video of the director launching the initiatives yesterday.
Gender Equality and Disability Working Group in all the schools of Delhi. First being the 1 Million Light campaign and the second being the Human Formation campaign. In the first campaign, one has to nominate a person who has done exceptional work in the field of gender equality and women empowerment. I'm hopeful that through this campaign, we'll be able to not only felicitate the achievers, but will also raise awareness about gender equality in our society, especially in our schools. These nominations will be lit up on global map, and this will be a wonderful initiative which will have a deep impact not only in the society but more so in our schools, because schools are the sort of response areas for our society, and our students, when they learn something good in schools, that remains with them throughout their life.
Thank you. So that was the launch of announcing, the Director of Education announcing the launch of these two campaigns across the schools of Delhi. Before we move on to now to the next part, the meditation part, I just want to warm you up a little bit so that we are ready for the meditation. We'll play a small fun game, but it's also a test of your awareness and mindfulness. But I need you to be like a child and be a sport to play it wholeheartedly. Will you be able to? Yes? No? Yes? Okay, great. So let's play it. Can all of you stand up? If you stand up at this rate, I think we'll finish this exercise tomorrow. We'll have to do it a little more faster, okay? Maybe in a second, within a second, okay? So I'm going to give you instructions to sit or stand, as simple as that, okay? But you must do it within a second. Don't take more time. Okay, start. I just said start, I didn't say what. Shall we start? Yes. Loudly? Yes. Okay. Sit. Oh, it's very slow. Very slow. Huh? Oh, chairs have a problem. Okay. I'll give you 1.5 seconds then. Okay. Stand. Better, better, better. Okay. Sit. Stand. And sit. And. I just said and, not stand. So mindfulness, okay? Mindfulness is also part of it. Stand. Sit. Stand. Stand. Huh? What? Some of you sat down. Okay, stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Not half sitting, you have to really sit. Stand. Sit. Sit. Okay, sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. 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 Sit. Sit. Stand. Stand. Sit. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Sit. Good. Now, tell me one thing. From this quick, funny exercise we did, what are some of the key observations? Anybody? Anybody from the audience? Huh? Concentrate on the words and not on the signs. Okay, but what is this lesson out of that? Coordination of body mind, alertness, awake. Listen to the? Okay. Mindful. Why needs to be focused? What happens when I say this, but I'm actually asking you to sit? I'm doing this, but I'm asking you to sit. But still some of you stand up. Why? There is a very, very famous English saying, actions speak louder than words. That's the bottom line. Because what you speak is important, definitely. But unless and until you put it into practice, that is what others get inspiration from. That's what makes more difference to the lives of other people. So, actions speak louder than words. Whatever we are going to, think of, unless and until we act upon it, it's not going to be helpful to anybody. That's Amma's principle. So with this exercise, usually we bring mindfulness as well as the importance of action into picture. I want you to do one more exercise, something similar. Will you do? But you will have to really, really become like a child. You will have to let go of the inhibitions. Are you okay with that? Really? Let's see. Let's see. You will have to make some funny sounds. Will you make? Okay. Can you make the sound of a parrot? All right. How about the sound of a cat? That was much better. Much better. We have a lot of cats here. What about a dog? Oh, excellent. Excellent. When you open up, Amma says, when we open up and we try to become like a child, it really opens up something very, very deep within us. Especially it's true for meditation. Whenever we sit for meditation, it is very important to be like a child. And then your meditation can be really, really transforming. Amma says it is only a child who learns very, very fast. You see, most of the things you learnt in your life, including the languages, was before you even turned 7 or 8 year old. And that's a huge learning happening. It's not the learning from the books, but it's a very, very subconscious level. At a very subconscious level, you are learning something very deep, very fast. And science says that 70-80% of the brain connections between the neurons are formed before the age of 10. So when you invoke that childlike nature within you, the meditation becomes almost effortless. We talk about woman empowerment. During these 2 days, we have spoken enough about woman empowerment. But Amma is also an advocate of human empowerment, not just woman empowerment. Because human empowerment is much more important. And human empowerment comes with the right kind of thinking to begin with, and then right kind of actions. And thoughts make a huge difference. I'm sure most of you remember a great saying from Swami Vivekananda: sow a thought, reap a character. Sow a character, reap a habit. Sorry, I missed it. Sow a thought, reap a habit. Sow a habit, reap a character. Sow a character, reap a destiny. And if the destiny of the humankind has to be made better, we have to start at the thought level. I remember the inaugural address of C20 when Amma gave. One of the lines which she spoke is, Amma prays that through this C20, let there be transformation of human minds. Because ultimately it's all about a thought. It's ultimately about a thought. When we are saying that we must teach, for example, men to respect women, it's basically transforming their thought process, as an example. So it all starts with the culture of the thought. And meditation really, really helps us to start at that very basic level. where we can actually transform our thought process. So now we'll do the world peace meditation, which is given to us by Amma. Very beautiful meditation. We have actually been teaching this in many schools also. Will hardly take 10 minutes. But during these 10 minutes, very, very important that you let go of everything else. Everything else. Should not be worried about anything. Just be completely focused into meditation like a child and glide into that meditation process. Shall we do it? Okay. Close your eyes. Sit straight on your chairs. Put your mobile phone on the silent mode and away from you so that you're not looking at it through the next 10 minutes. Close your eyes, please. Relax completely. Try to be here in this very moment. Ma Om is a very, very simple and powerful meditation technique devised by Amma. And it's born out of Amma's divine sankalpa or divine resolve. Let us all participate in this beautiful meditation. Imagine all the tightness, all the feelings of sadness and guilt, anxiety and worry slowly settling down. Forget the past and the future and remain fully focused on this very present moment. The present is a gift from God. So be here and now like a child. Let there be no worry, no anxiety, no stress of any sort. Now breathe out completely. Hold your breath for 3 seconds and then breathe in slowly and again hold your breath for 3 seconds. Breathe out completely again. Hold your breath for 3 seconds. Then again breathe out. Hold your breath for 3 seconds. Then breathe normally. Feel fully relaxed, physically, mentally, emotionally. Now together let us chant the sacred syllable Om 3 times. Keep your eyes closed. And when you chant this along with me, feel the sound arising from deep within you. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath again. Take a deep breath again. Feel the soothing and the powerful vibrations of this divine syllable in each and every cell of your body, pulsating in every pore of your body. Now gently bring your focus to your breath. Breathe normally, calmly. No need to forcefully breathe. Just breathe very, very normally. Be aware as you breathe in. Be aware as you breathe out. And just observe the rhythmic flow of your breath. Just the way you watch the flow of a river while standing on its shore. Watch this ingoing breath and the outgoing breath. As you breathe in, feel the cool air entering your nostrils. And as you're breathing out, feel the warm air exhaling from your nostrils. As you breathe in, feel the vibrations of the sound Ma. And as you breathe out, feel the vibrations of the sound O. As you breathe in, feel the vibrations of the sound Ma. And as you breathe out, feel the vibrations of the sound Om. Breathe in as you feel the sound Ma. Hold your breath for a couple of seconds. Then breathe out, feeling the vibrations of the sound Om. Ma represents pure, unconditional love, and Om symbolizes the pure light of consciousness. Love and light are the two fundamental principles of life. Just focus on the flow of the sound vibrations Ma. As you breathe in, Om. As you breathe out. Continue in this manner for a few more seconds. Feel these vibrations as deeply as you can. As you breathe in, Om. As you breathe out. Now, imagine these sound vibrations slowly fading away, dissolving and disappearing. Your mind becomes calm and quiet. Just like a bud blossoming into a flower, feel your heart opening up like an exquisitely beautiful and divinely fragrant flower blossoming in your heart. As Amma says, the entire world is like a flower. It's a whole. Everything in this creation, sentient and insentient, both are an integral part of this beautiful flower. Let us experience that oneness, the oneness of the entire creation, including us. Experience the deep stillness and inner expansiveness like the cloudless sky. Feel a deep, profound peace within you. Amma says that in today's world, the human mind and nature are in an agitated state. Only divine grace can help us establish the peace on this earth and within our own mind as well. So let us deeply meditate for the world peace and harmony. Let's try to make a difference in the present condition of this world through our sincere and deepest prayers. Now visualize an unbroken, continuous shower of pure white flowers, the pure white flowers of peace falling from all over the sky to all over the world. Make this visualization as vivid as possible. The white flowers of peace falling from all over the sky to all over the world. Just like the flowers falling from the tree when the wind blows, imagine these white flowers of peace showering down upon the entire earth. Focus fully on this visualization for some time as you feel a peaceful silence within. Now imagine these flowers falling into the oceans. Imagine these flowers of peace falling into the rivers. Imagine these flowers falling onto the mountains. Visualize these flowers falling on the forests. Similarly, on the birds and animals. And then visualize these flowers also falling on top of you. As these flowers fall upon you, imagine that you have become filled with profound peace and silence. Let this feeling be as deep and sincere as possible. As we end this meditation, keeping your eyes closed, let's now together chant a prayer for world peace and harmony. The meaning of this prayer is that may all the beings all over the world be happy and peaceful. Lokaha samastaha sukhino bhavantu. That is the prayer. We shall all chant together with our eyes closed as deeply as possible. Take a deep breath. Lokaha samastaha sukhino bhavantu. Lokaha samastaha sukhino bhavantu. Lokaha samastaha sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Before we close our eyes, before we open our eyes, you can gently rub your palms together. Feel a positive vibration in your palms. Keep your palms on your eyes for a moment. And then you can slowly open your eyes. I hope you were able to go a little more deeper into yourself. What I like the best about Amma's meditation techniques is that unlike many other techniques, though I'm not trying to compare, but unlike many other techniques, one of the most integral parts of Amma's meditation technique is to pray for the world. That is Amma's compassion, that is Amma's love, that also shows that. We have very less time because there is one more session. I was planning to do a few things as part of the GE workshop, but fortunately or unfortunately, we will not have much time for that. But I want to quickly do one thing, and I need some participation from your side before we end that and then end the session. I hope you will all participate. Yes? You will have to sing with me. Can we do? But let me give you a warning. I am a very, very bad singer. So I am hoping that you will be able to sing better than me. Will you be able to? Yes or no? I hope so, and I wish you all the best. Okay? Before we go there, I want to quickly just run through some of these quotes from Amma, which actually for me are not just the quotes. They are almost like the Veda or the Bible or the Quran of women empowerment. And I'm sure most of the people from the Amrita and even outside Amrita have read these, and I'm sure they're valuable, very, very valuable lessons in these quotes. I'll just quickly read them and then we'll go on to our song. Amma says that for Amma, men and women are equal. Both have been blessed by God and nature with unique qualities and talents. For society to grow and flourish, the contributions of both men and Amma are equally needed at a foundation level. I think we have seen some versions of it yesterday also, but just quickly want to go through this. There is nothing a woman cannot do if she sets her mind to it. Today we see women flourishing in political, social and economic spheres. Anything a man can do, a woman can also do. But, very, very important but, women should always remain firm in their motherly nature. If you ask me personally, I feel this is the mantra for women empowerment in the years to come. The most important part, I think if every mother, every sister, every woman remembers this, I think the future will be of the woman. In our culture, we have the concept of Ardhanarishwara God as half woman, half man. This shows us that completion comes only when we have balanced our feminine and the masculine qualities. But that doesn't mean women should imitate men in their behavior, mannerisms, and clothing. I was planning to do a small workshop with it by having some volunteers come. Would have been interesting, but due to shortage of time, I may not be able to do it, but please ponder over this. And the last quote, men may have more muscle power than women, but women have one muscle that makes them more powerful than men. They must strengthen that muscle. It is the muscle of the heart. God has graced women with a divine boon, the womb, which makes compassion very natural for them. This inherent compassion that women have is extremely valuable. This was the last. There is nothing a woman cannot do if she sets her mind to it. Today we see women flourishing in political, I think I already covered it, right? But maybe Amma wanted me to read it once again. Today we see women flourishing in political, social and economic spheres. Anything a man can do, a woman can do. But women should always remain firm in their motherly nature. So as we end today's session with your participation, I want to, as a tribute to this power of motherhood, to this divine love of motherhood, which is not limited to a gender, but naturally comes to a woman, to pay a tribute to this power of motherhood, I want you to sing a song with me. It is from a 1981 movie, I don't know how many of you have seen, called Panch Kaidi. Panch Kaidi means 5 prisoners. And I feel there's a deep connection with that name, because we are all enslaved and prisoners of our 5 senses. And to go beyond that is the pure love, pure knowledge is needed, and pure love and motherhood are synonyms. So let's go on to that. I have my dear friend Aditya, who willingly chose to play the keyboard for us. So he'll play the keyboard, and I will sing few lines and you will sing after me. And I'm really, really praying and hoping that you will sing better than me, so that the session ends on a good note. Shall we start? Yes? Okay, let's start. Can we give more volume to the keyboard? Can we increase the volume for the keyboard? Thank you. Shall we start? Yes? Don't see the enthusiasm. Loudly. Can you read this? Huh? All of you know Hindi, I guess, so I don't have to translate. If you don't know, sorry, there's lack of time, otherwise I would have translated. You will repeat after me, right? Yes or no? माँ तो है माँ, माँ तो है माँ, माँ जैसी दुनिया में है कोई कहाँ. Loudly. Beautiful. You are really much better than me. Once more. I'm inspired now. माँ तो है माँ, माँ तो है माँ, माँ जैसी दुनिया में है कोई कहाँ. Okay, next one. माँ तू ही मंदिर, माँ तू ही पूजा, पूजा का वरदान माँ. Whenever I used to hear this song when I was very young, tears would roll down my eyes, and I would imagine that sometime in my life I'll meet my real mother. And when I met Amma for the first time, even though she's not my birth mother, I really felt that pure motherhood, that love. And the first song which came to my mind was this. That's why I'm using this song to pay the tribute. माँ तू ही मंदिर, माँ तू ही पूजा, पूजा का वरदान माँ. ये लोक तू है, परलोक तू है, तुझ में है दोनों जहां। ये लोक तू है, तुझ में है दोनों जहां। हो माँ तू भगवान का दूसरा रूप है, माँ तू भगवान का दूसरा रूप है। वंस मोर, माँ तू भगवान का दूसरा रूप है, तेरी सूरत में परमात्मा। Beautiful, very beautiful lines. I'll quickly tell you the meaning because I feel some of you who can't understand Hindi should listen to the meaning. It says, Mother, oh Mother, there is nobody like you in this world, and you are the temple, you are the worship, and you are even the boon of that worship. You are this world, you are the world beyond, and in you are both the worlds. You are the second form of God himself or herself, and in your face I can see God. And I remember Jane Goodall during the Gandhi King Award presentation, when she was presenting that award to Amma in United Nations, she made this statement that Amma stands here as God's love in human body. That was a statement which she made. Very, very closely resonates with that. Do we have 1 minute more? No. Okay, so we have to end here. I'm sorry, but thank you so much for your wholehearted participation. Really enjoyed the session with you. May the power of motherhood live forever, and may women really be empowered for the time to come with this power of motherhood. Thank you so much. Om Amriteshwari Namah.
Thank you so much, Swamiji, for such an inspiring and heart-touching session. I'm sure we're going to catch up with the song very soon. Moving ahead, let's invite Meg Jones, the International Coordinator, C20 Gender Equality and Disability Working Group. This is a special session on the white papers, and let us join in applauding and welcoming Meg Jones.
Thank you very much, our host. And I'd like to extend a warm acknowledgement to Amma and, of course, to Swamiji, Amma's representative here. I'd also like to recognise and warmly thank our dear Vijay Nambiasur for being with us. He is the Sherpa. This is a big word for us. He is the representative who carries Sherpa because he carries our output into the G20 group. This role is very important. So thank you so much for being with us today, sir. And I'd also like to thank all of you for being here today. This is a Sunday, as I understand it. So you are giving some of your personal time to this, yeah? And to me, that means that this is the issues that you represent are very important to you and those that you represent here. You've given your personal time to travel here to Bhubaneswar for a weekend. You could be anywhere. You chose to be here. Thank you. Now, my role is to pick up on where we left off yesterday in terms of the process. 1,000 recommendations, coming down to about 10 per sub-theme. And then yesterday we went through the process of voting on those policies to identify the top policy priorities. Thank you all very much for bringing your experience into that process and your knowledge so that we can identify the policy priority in each sub-theme that is important, which is considered important to you, not us who are organising the paperwork, but to you. Now, I understand there is, and there will always be, in this kind of a process, disappointment. Oh, I came all this way to represent my organisation, and I see in the final top policy priority recommendation, oh, it's not there. It's not there. I spent all of my working days with women entrepreneurs and this top policy recommendations on labour. Oh, it's not really entrepreneurship. It's different, similar but different, you know. What am I going to say when I go back? Here is what you're going to say when you go back. You're going to say you participated in a policy dialogue with representatives, because our group represents 20 member states. This is not India. This is 20 member states of the G20, yeah? And in that process, we identified top priority, all right then, but it opened the door for our issue of consideration, our issue, that which we consider to be so important. It opened the door for our issue to be considered by the C20 and then by the G20, by all of the heads of state of the G20 member countries, if they so choose, by having your issue represented in a white paper. Yeah, white paper. So, my job here today is to tell you what this white paper is, and then how it is that you can be part of this process. And let me make this very clear. The work is up to you, yeah? This is not one of those conferences where you come, you listen, oh, very interesting, maybe not interesting, maybe eat popcorn, maybe not. This is a working conference, huh? Working. Work is with you. So, in terms of the input for the white paper, this is done by your civil society organisation. Let me put the hard piece out there first. Maximum 300 words, okay? Let me cut to the chase. Maximum 300 words. It's going to be challenge, which you address every day, policy recommendation, example of how that has been done, that policy has been adopted and the work has been done successfully somewhere. Why do it like that? Policy recommendations are made in response to something, yeah? Could be women entrepreneurs, they have good businesses, but they can't access government procurement opportunities. The government is the biggest spender in any economy. They can't sell to the government. They don't know how. So recommendation is to open a pathway so that women entrepreneurs can sell to the government. Yeah, that's the policy recommendation. What is the problem? We try so often to sell to the government, but they never accept our bids. So policy recommendation is do a set aside for women so that they have at least 3%, 5%, 10%. Our group said 33% of those tenders go to companies owned by women. Big multiplier. And then a case study on how it's been done before. So this is an example of a challenge, a policy recommendation, and a case study. Now, so this is very detailed work, yeah? This is it's your area of interest, it's your key challenge, your policy recommendation, your example in 300 words, yeah? That goes into our white paper, which is linked to our policy paper from the C20 Gender Equality Disability Group, and it's fed up through the decision-making process so that it can get in front of the heads of state, and if they choose to read it, and if they choose to go through the policy paper and link to the white paper, your example is there, yeah? Now, after lunch, we're going to go into breakout rooms. You'll be in the same group with the same moderator, yeah? This is an opportunity for you to say, we're not doing any voting, or any prioritization. This is an opportunity for you to share on what it is you'd like to submit, in which area you would like to submit a policy recommendation, yeah? So basically, we're going to go into the room and listen. And why are we going to do that, yeah? Now, we're going to do this, so if, for example, you're in the health sub-theme, yeah? You might be sitting there and maybe you think prosthetics is the most important thing. Prosthetics, it's nowhere in what we said so far. It's maybe there somewhere, but I want special case. I want government subsidised prosthetics. Why do I have to pay? Why should families pay for wheelchairs? That we have so many people in our society that have wheelchairs. Why are these things not subsidised by the government? Yeah. So if you want to do a policy recommendation around that, You can. Thing is, when you're sitting in the room in health, you may find that actually 5 other groups want to make the same recommendation, yeah? And you think, oh, but it's my recommendation. This is not how policy is adopted. The government will only listen when civil society speaks en masse, yeah? You cannot be isolated, oh, my CSO is so important, so unique. Look for commonalities, because you have to form coalitions to get the attention of the decision makers, yeah? You say, anybody here, anybody says, Kirti here, she says, oh, I'm going to speak to the State Minister about this issue of concern, and she rings up and she says, oh, State Minister, I want to see you. State Minister says, Madam, who are you? You don't even get to the State Minister. You get to the Secretary of State Minister, Madam, who are you? I don't know who you are. State Minister, very busy, not listening to you. Then she says, she rings back next day, oh, I'm sorry, I just said my own name. No, let me start again. My name is Kirti. I represent the Wheelchair Association of Odisha. You know, we have 5,000 members. Oh, 5,000 members. Oh, Secretary thinks this is important. Why is it important? Is it important that it's the Society of Wheelchairs? You know what? That's not what caught the ear. What caught the ear was 5,000 people. If it's 10,000, 15, 20, 1 million, 2 million, this is how you get the attention of decision makers. Because you vote. We vote, yeah? They're thinking you represent an organisation with so many people. They think, oh, that's important. Why? Issue may be important, maybe not. The fact that it's a voting populace, a significant part of the population is actually interested in this issue, is important to the minister who's trying to win election next time round. Yeah? I'm speaking very plainly, very bluntly, but this is how politics work, right? And policy is adopted by... Yes, this is the thing. Policy is adopted by politicians. So you have to, our job here is to come up with text which will convince politicians that whatever it is you're trying to get adopted is that important. Oh, they must adopt this, you know. So you have to think about it from a politician's point of view, yeah? Now, I'm going to put my first slide up. There aren't very many, just a couple. Now, good news, really good news, right? Good news. Your Prime Minister, for those of you who are Indian, I recognise we're not all Indian, but Prime Minister of India says what now? On the 10th of March this year, when he was presenting the budget of India, he said, this year's budget will also give a new impetus to those efforts of women-led development, and all of you are going to play a crucial role in it. Yes, this is good. Yay, yay, yay. Good. Now, does anybody know how? Raise your hand if you know exactly how to access money from the budget of India that he's earmarked right there. Does anybody know exactly that pathway? And this is the typical response you would get in any room, yeah? The reason nobody knows, they think it's great. Oh, Prime Minister has said this. Prime Minister has said, oh, better G20, 600 million to address the environment. Oh, 600 million. Oh, good, good, good. Everybody claps. How do I access this 600 million? How do I do that? Oh, you asked him. Oh, nobody knows. So what happens there is Prime Minister Modi is talking about the budget of India. I am from Australia. I was reading the Australian news 2 days ago, and on the 21st of April, this is our Treasurer. Our Treasurer, we have the budget coming up, and so there was a call for submissions. How would you like the budget of Australia to be spent? People of Australia. And this is what he said in the newspaper. This is like getting letters from Santa. I feel like Santa. Everybody writes to me, oh, please, Treasurer, can you please fund this? Please, Treasurer, can you please fund that, you know? It's like getting letters as if you're Santa and you're getting these letters, you know. Everybody sends in the wishes. Oh, can I please have this? Oh, can I please have that? So he doesn't know what to do, right? How is he going to decide? Politicians are all, in many countries, including this one, including my own, including most of the G20 countries, most of the politicians are democratically, yes, they're democratically elected. So they need to think about what the people want. This is why letting the government know what you want is so important, yeah? The thing is, once again, how do I do that, yeah? How do I do that? So you do that by letting the government know what you want, and there's various ways to do that, yeah? When we're young, and if we're not young today, we were one time, and this is when we're young, what do? Oh, there's a protest on. Oh, my issue. Oh, protest. We protest, we get on our feet, this is what we do when we're young. As we get older and we realise there is such a value in protesting, so important, what protesting does, it draws the attention of the decision makers to a certain area of that's wrong in society. If it wasn't wrong, there'd be no protest. People are upset, look, burning fires, burning tyres, big things going on, protest, oh, people are upset. Upset about what is the next question. And then you get this high-level thing. It'll say it on the news. People are upset about something, all right? But the government sometimes doesn't know how to respond. How can I respond? What do the people want? Oh, people have to write into the government and tell them what they want, you know? So you write into the government, you say, oh, I'm Kirti, I write to you, Prime Minister, please do this, please do that. Prime Minister doesn't read it. Why not? Because it's one person writing to the government, yeah? Gets back to what I said before. Governments listen to associations, groups of people. Government listens more when it's coalitions of people, yeah? That's why it's important to band together on a common issue. In gender equality and disability, we have 7 working groups. That's because it's so diverse. Yet we unite under this one umbrella, gender equality, disability, yeah? We come together, it's powerful. C20 will listen. We're one of 15 groups under the C20. G20 will listen because we have a place here. We have space, we have a channel through which to write a document and send it up. We write the policy brief, we send it up. And this is the policy brief. The policy brief will take we are taking the top 1 recommendation from each of the 7 working groups. That is what we're going to do in our policy brief, yeah? Just take 1 from each of the 7 working groups. So whatever it was your group identified as the top priority, that's what's going in our policy brief. Then we will have links to the white papers. So whether or not your issue was covered in the other identified policy recommendations or not, either way, doesn't matter, you can still raise it in the white paper. You can still make a submission in the white paper, yeah? Now, what's the utility of a white paper, yeah? I've prepared an example based on government procurement, but forget those words for a minute, okay? Oh, no, okay, no, don't forget those words. If I ask anybody in this room to give me a clear, concise definition of government procurement, oh, don't know what that is. Most people don't. Most people don't know what that is, and yet it can have a significant effect. The purpose of a white paper is to outline something and then make the complicated simple enough so a decision maker can read it quickly and get motivated to contact you on how to take it forward, yeah? Now, I'm going to tell you a story. Next slide, please. My sister calls me. Oh, Meg, she says, so much of problems are there. My children, my husband has lost his job. As you know, I'm not working. Husband doesn't want me to work. I'm not working. Let me pause here, right? My mother couldn't work. Why did my mother never work? Because my father wouldn't let her. My father thought that if she went to work, it would make him look bad. It would make people think that he wasn't earning enough money to provide for my family. So he said to her, you cannot work. My mother, she didn't work. I know she was not allowed to work. I know this is a problem in many countries, maybe for some people in this one as well. So, your sister calls. Oh, you know, my husband, he won't let me work. He's lost his job. It's coming up to Christmas. I don't know what to do. Children want. What can I do? You think, oh, I must go visit my sister. Then you call your mother. Oh, I'm going to visit my mother too, very close by. So you go, and I'm sitting with my sister, and she says, we're having tea, and one youngest child comes in. Mum, I want a bike for Christmas. Everyone else has got a bike. I want a bike. Auntie is here, please, quiet, we talk later. No, I want a bike, you don't understand. The little child throws himself on the ground, kicking, screaming, I want a bike, So my sister, very exasperated, gets rid of the child. Fine, we're having tea. Second child comes in. Second child says, "Excuse me, Mum." "Oh, I'm busy. What is it?" "Auntie is here." "Hello, Auntie." "Oh, Mum, I've been thinking emissions, very bad for the environment. I've been thinking you're always worried about my health. You say I should get more exercise, always on these things. You don't like it. You know what, Mum? I think if I had a bike, I could get healthy riding to school. If I'm not riding the bus, I'm contributing to the diminution of emissions. I think this riding a bike thing could be very good. I would be safe. I would wear my helmet made out of renewable fabrics. I would go with my friends. We have a group of 20, a G20. I'd ride with my 19 friends to school. I think this is a good idea. Auntie, what do you think? And I think it's a good idea. What am I going to say? These children come, they want the same thing, they present it in different ways. Which ones do I think should get the bike? Not the kicky screamy one. The one that comes with an argument, a convincing argument, yeah? This is what a white paper is. It's a convincing argument, okay? Now, there's another part to my story. This is my experience with my sister. Now, I go and visit my mother. And my mother is there. This is my mother. She has one of my other nieces, nephews in the background. And what's my niece got there? She's got a bike. I'm thinking, my mother has no money. She never works. What is this? And she tells me, she says, Government of India has this new scheme. I was selling curtains. I'm like, what now? Well, I made curtains. I made clothes when you were growing up. I was making curtains at home here in Bhubaneswar. And then the university, I said, oh yeah, the university. She said, they were redoing the stage. Redoing the stage, yes. And they contacted me to bid for this contract to provide the curtains for the stage. Curtains for the stage. I'm like, Mum, I didn't know you wanted to do curtains for this. You did this? These are your curtains? Yes, she says, beautiful bamboo, renewable fabric. So happy. I'm like, where did you get that from? Oh, I joined a local NGO. The ones that contacted me, because they know I do these beautiful clothes. They contacted me, said, there's this procurement opportunity, university has put out a tender, they want to make curtains, they want to buy curtains from a company owned by women because Government of India has adopted a policy to buy 3% of goods and services from companies owned by women. They're looking for companies owned by women. The organisation contacted me. I put in my profile. They helped me fill in the tender document, so hard. But they provided skills training and capacity building so I could do this, yeah? Then they have this strange mantra, tomorrow's economy, not today's. And I said, what is this, tomorrow's economy, not today? They said, oh, it's green economy. Green economy, red economy, blue. Green economy, okay, green economy. So they gave me access to this new technology. This new technology is renewable bamboo, something or other. Materials, very good. They used to have plastic curtains. Now they're beautiful black and grey curtains, bamboo, renewable. And I said, and this bike, where did you get this bike? Oh, good payer. Mum, you don't own any land. How did you get this money? Oh, I went to the bank. I don't have land, doesn't matter. I have a contract with the government, so the bank knows I can repay the loan. Yeah? Bank is happy, I have a contract, they give me money. Oh, and I'm employing more people. Oh, I've got your other aunties, uncles, sisters involved, some brothers, some other people. I have more sewing machines. Now I have a big factory. Mum, you have a factory? Yes, I have a factory. We're going to have a look at my factory. Oh, so I'm amazed at the transformation in the life of my mother, who used to just make curtains at home. Now she's selling curtains here. And then she has money. Bank is lending my mother money. First I've ever heard about that. Mum is getting money. All right, then, good. Of course she's spending it on the family. This is what the mothers do. They spend on the family, right? This helps break into generational poverty. Now this child is getting computer, can learn better, on and on. And this is all because my mother tells me that the Government of India adopted a policy on government procurement with a set-aside for women-owned businesses. And she got the help of a women's business organisation close by who provided the skills training, the capacity building, yeah, helped her source new materials, tomorrow's economy, not today, helped in all these so many ways, yeah. So this is an example of a challenge, a policy recommendation, and a demonstrated example of a result that can happen when a policy like, for example, a dedicated percentage of government spending is put aside to source goods and services from companies owned by women. Yeah? So this is one example of that. Next slide, please. Now, reality check time, okay? This is all fine and well, but I must go back to this point about the hard work being with you, because I understand that policy work is new to so many of us in the room, yeah? Some of us have worked in this for a long time, for others it's new. So I want to show this path of the G20 for you so you can get a sense of the steps, yeah? And I think the thing, if you need to think about this, I'm going to talk for another 4 minutes on this, and when I'm talking, yeah, I want you to understand the journey is long, but you're not alone, yeah? And this is what in those dark moments when you're thinking, again, I have to do this again, the journey is long, but you're not alone. In fact, if you're alone, you're doing it the wrong way, you know? The government will not listen to Meg Jones. She goes and says, what now? No. The association that I'm representing, they will listen to me. They're looking for votes. They're looking to support causes that a lot of the people want to see addressed. So it's long, but you don't have to be alone, okay? Long but not lonely. Now, so we're here, our gender equality and disability sub-theme, we're here. We're doing a policy brief with the links to the white papers. Your information is here, yeah? We pitch it up to the C20. We're part of the C20. C20 has 15 working groups. UMMA oversees 15 working groups. So our 7 policy recommendations are going to be subsumed into the policy brief produced by the C20, yeah? Even what we decided yesterday is not the output of the C20, it's the output of our 1 working group, part of 15 working groups in the C20, yeah? So even the C20 policy brief will not have all 7, yeah? They'll be in our document, but not the C20. That will amalgamate the policy recommendations from 15 different groups. And then, which is why I had to recognise Nambia Sir, because he is leading that particular amalgamation process, so you can imagine. Please give the man a warm round of applause. He's got a big lot of work coming up. I mean, if everyone has if everyone has 10 recommendations, he has to try and boil down 150 into a document last year that had like 10, 150 to 10, oh, imagine. Anyway, so it goes from there to there. C20 is one of 11 engagement groups under the G20. So again, you know, the ministers are looking, but they're looking also at the engagement group level to get, when they're looking for input into the ministerial declaration. So the holy grail, if you like, is the ministerial declaration, which is going to be formulated and adopted in September in Delhi. This is where the G20 leaders make their commitments. They're going to make a commitment to something, yeah? Now, it's a very short run-up, if you like, between April to September, just a couple of months, yeah? But if you have an area of interest, yeah, you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for us to do, you don't have to wait till a policy paper is done and this is done and that is done. Advocacy, if you have an issue close to your heart and you want to see change, advocacy should be part of your daily work anyway, you know what I mean? Letting the government know what is the challenge you are addressing, what is your policy recommendation, yeah? And providing examples, whether it's from another state or another country, of where something has been done already to address that, yeah? Ministers, they don't have time to think, and they're risk averse. They don't always want to try something new, but copying, okay, maybe it worked here, maybe I try there. You know, so this is why it's useful to provide examples, short ones. These people that don't read, like, seriously, you think about this. We've got, even if we do 10, so 8 sub-themes, 80 times 15 times 11, what is that? This is thousands and thousands of policy recommendations, draft recommendations, you know, that the heads of state of 20 countries are not going to read it. Like the Treasurer of Australia said, it's like letters to Santa, you know, and you end up sounding like the children that didn't get the bike, yeah? The more you can work together in coalitions to sing from the same hymn book, to say the same thing, the more you can put aside your differences about these small things to agree it is all about employment writ large, or entrepreneurship writ large, or health writ large, or education writ large, with just some very simple language. The more the ministers will listen, and when they are listening, you can then say, and here is my white paper, yeah? Or here is a white paper drafted in the C20 context that includes a small piece about what it is we would like you to do, Mr. Minister, yeah? So this is the utility of the white paper. You can use it in part of your advocacy and lobbying efforts as well going forward. I don't think I have any more slides. Is there another one? No. Oh, yeah, right. Of course, the moment you've all been waiting for. What is this mystical, magical white paper? So this is a template for a white paper. This is what we are putting together. We are asked, this is the template for submission of policy recommendations for consideration for inclusion in a G20 equality and sub-theme group. Why is it consideration? Because if we get 3 that are basically the same, we're going to say to you, listen, reach out to these other 2, see what you can do to bring the language together. And at the same time, you'll be forming coalitions and you can lobby together for whatever that is. So, title of your working group, some brief summary. Now, this here introduction that we are going to write will include reference to existing commitments that the G20 have already made in that area. Yeah? If you know of any, when you're sending in your submission, please flag that at the outset. Now, the main body of the white paper, this is your area of work, 300 words. It's going to have nothing, this is not new, challenge, policy, recommendation, case study. Yeah? 300, challenge, policy, recommendation, case study. Okay. Now, after lunch is going to be now, after lunch, you're going back into your working groups. And if you haven't been part of a working group already, that's okay. You're welcome to come. You're welcome to come to a working group. The moderators are going to facilitate a discussion. Very simple. It's going to give us an opportunity in 1 hour just to hear from you what it is you would like to submit. Yeah? So in health, what is it? In education, what is it? Skills development, what is it? So, and it's not only so our moderators can hear that, it's so that other people in the room can hear as well, because maybe you're actually lobbying for the same thing. So maybe you can find partners for your advocacy efforts going forward as well, yeah? So please, not only talk, but please listen as well, yeah? The moderators will take notes. Just want to see the name. You can write it while you're there and give it to the moderator at the end. What is the name of your organisation? What is your contact details? And what, briefly, is the challenge you would like to address? At this time, you do not need to provide a policy recommendation. You do not need to provide an example. Just the challenge that you would like to make a submission on. Okay? And that's in the working groups, the breakout groups that are happening after lunch. Now, I'm going to close this in just a minute, but I want to ask, is that clear? Is this piece here, challenge policy recommendation study, is that clear? No questions? Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Well, look, as I said, it's a long road. It doesn't have to be a lonely road. We are in the company of great minds in this room with long experience. If you're new to this, thank you very much for joining us on this journey, and I wish you a very fruitful outcome of the discussions this afternoon, and let's have lunch.
Thank you so much. As she already declared, we are going to get back to the conference rooms post-lunch. We are breaking for 1 hour for lunch right now. I'll tell the rooms one again. On the first floor, room number 1, this is a group for education and skills. On the first floor also, we have room number 2 for safety and security, third room for disability, fourth for physical and mental health. There's another floor, the second floor, which is for environment and disaster, room number 5 on the second floor, room number 6 for society, values and engaging men and boys, and room number 8 for economic empowerment and sustainability. So all the 7 themes will be covered. This is 1:36 p.m. here at Bhubaneswar in India, and we are breaking for lunch for 1 hour from now. Hope to see you back, energized, refreshed, and let's contribute to the paper. Thank you, Mike, once again. I appreciate your patience. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I welcome you back. We are at the auspicious time to proceed to the next plenary session here. Let me first invite the guests for this session on stage. We'll having a keynote and a few presentations in this very important plenary. So please join me in welcoming the first guest for this plenary, Ann Basham. She's come all the way from the US, and a special welcome from our side. She's a leading human rights advocate and the CEO of SN Consulting, and serves as the chair of the Parliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking with over 20 years of experience in US federal government. She has dedicated her career to serving and protecting vulnerable populations, particularly survivors of human trafficking. As chair of the Parliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking, Basham leads a coalition of government leaders, survivor leaders, and policy experts from across the world in discussions about effectively combating human trafficking globally. Prior to this, Anne was the senior advisor at the Department of Justice Office for Victims of Crime, where she developed strategies for over $2 billion in federal funding for non-profit organizations serving legislation to combat human trafficking, violence against women, and protecting child welfare. Ms. Basham is committed to protecting human rights and promoting social justice by giving a voice to the voiceless and advocating for a positive change in the world. Can I please have your attention to join me in applause as I welcome Ann Basham, the first guest for the plenary, here on stage. Welcome back. I think we're going to solicit your cue and we get seated and then we go on. Please join us in felicitating Ann Basham. The next guest for the plenary is Dr. Nimita Pandey. Okay. We'll first proceed to hear the keynote from Madam Ann Basham, and then we'll proceed to the next part of the plenary. Over to you, ma'am.
Well, thank you so much for having me here today. I wanted to start this morning by first of all thanking MP Samantha for inviting me and for bringing me in. What I have seen here is a testimony to, I have never seen anything like it, to be very frank with you. I've worked in the education space for some time, and his work is remarkable, to put it mildly, and it directly correlates to what I'm going to be talking about today, which is human trafficking and combating human trafficking. So I am from Washington, D.C. I serve as the chair of the Parliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking. We are the first ever global consortium of parliamentarians, lived experience experts, survivor leaders, and government leaders from around the world who focus on combating human trafficking through lawmaker awareness, through collaboration and engagement. So it's an honor to be here at the C20 Summit on Gender Equality and Disability, and what I'm actually going to speak about today is directly on the intersection with gender equality, because when it comes to human trafficking, there is almost no greater intersection than that. Our gathering today is of diverse civil society organizations. I know that you span many different continents and countries, and we can unite. Oh, is it up there? Okay, great. We can unite across, represent many different religions, spiritual traditions, but what this is a reminder of is that in this world that is divided on so many topics, we can unite confidently around a shared belief in the inherent dignity of every human being. and our fight to champion equality. Gender equality is key to the fight against human trafficking because it is a crisis in which more than 70% of those who are exploited are women and girls. 70. Human trafficking intersects with almost every other human rights violation. So I know for those of you here, not all of you are experts on this particular topic, but it really does intersect everything else. Regardless of your civil society organization's area of expertise, whether it be genocide, gender empowerment, economic development, education, clean water, or even maternal and child health, it is almost certain that you have had to address the issue of modern slavery. And I am here today to shed light on the fact that human trafficking is unique among human rights abuses because its escalation directly funds the leaders who are in the movements that jeopardize the stability and the security of the entire world. To put it very plainly, human trafficking is both a human rights issue, but it is also a global security issue because it actually funds a lot of the instability that we see happening in our world. And we can fight it by stop it by fighting for gender equality. So I know not all of you are experts in human trafficking, so I'm going to explain exactly what I mean by that. The legal definition that is used mostly around the world is the recruitment, transportation, or harboring of people through force, fraud, or coercion. And the aim of it is monetary. It is for profit. It is for financial gain. And that is, it doesn't discriminate against age. It doesn't discriminate against gender. It doesn't discriminate against social or economic disparity. Traffickers use violence, they use fraudulent employment agencies, they use fake promises of education or work, they use fake promises of marriage to trick their victims into labor exploitation or sexual exploitation. Global estimates from just this last year suggest that 50 million people are exploited in human trafficking and that less than 1% of those are ever identified. Less than 1%. Their suffering fuels a $150 billion, this is US dollar, enterprise, and the total proceeds rival that of drug trafficking, which is an unparalleled winner of the trafficking space. Quite literally, there are more slaves on the planet right now than at any other time in history. And so I'm actually grateful. Last year, right in India, just this last week, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said on Tuesday that human trafficking, and I will quote, is a strong social movement backed by the judicial system is required to curb this crime. And he stated that it is a greater organized crime than drug trade. This was stated just here in India this last week, and he's absolutely correct. Human trafficking and modern slavery look different throughout the world. And so to illustrate this, I'm actually going to give you 3 stories of 3 women who are my friends, people that I actually know. They're represented from 3 different continents all over the globe. The first is my friend Susan Young. She lives near me, and I'm glad these are up. Let me fast forward. So Susan lives near me. Her experience is she lives in a wealthy suburb of Washington, D.C. Her daughter was not what you would consider a typical victim of human trafficking, and yet so often this is what it looks like. Her daughter was recruited from a high school that my children were supposed to go to when they were younger. And she was recruited through a boyfriend. So the boyfriend posed as a boyfriend who the family liked. She and her husband both liked this young man. They thought he was great. He seemed to treat their daughter well. And it turns out that he had been recruited by the traffickers and that he was actually paid by human traffickers. And so through a process of coercion, he threatened her and he threatened her family's life if she would refuse to have sex with buyers actually in the forest behind our school. And this is how it happened. And this happened in the United States of America. I know I say this today, sometimes people think this doesn't happen in the United States or other Western countries. It happens in every single country in the entire world, and this is one of the most common ways that it happens. It's just that most of these stories you'll never hear about because they're not able to share it. And that really is what it looks like. It's not usually kidnapping. especially in Western countries, it's actually through deception, and deception through the form of grooming and trickery. So 2 years, this was done through gangs, actually, and specifically related to MS-13. So 2 years after gang members began violently exploiting my friend's daughter, the U.S. Treasury sanctioned MS-13, which is a large international gang, as a transnational criminal organization. And they, quote, posed significant threats to national security, foreign policy, and the economy of the United States. And earlier this year, in fresh MS-13 financial sanctions, the U.S. Treasury stated that MS-13's criminal activities have helped to make numerous countries in Latin America some of the most violent regions, all because of criminal activity that is actually fueled and funded by the sale of human beings. So that's what I'm here to tie this into, and that is why it matters to everyone here. So Susan's story illustrates that groups like MS-13 target vulnerable women and girls specifically. In fact, the majority of their victims are women and girls, and usually girls between the ages of 11 and 15, which, if you've not heard that statistic, probably sounds shockingly young, but that is the average age that's targeted. They integrate their horrific suffering into a global crime syndicate's economic system, and it reels in staggering amounts of profits that they ultimately use to destabilize the security of nations, regions, and economies. So just to move past this a little bit, I'm going to tell you a different story. This is about a different form of human trafficking. It's estimated currently that there are 22 million, mostly girls, but boys as well, who are trapped into forced marriage, most of them children under the age of 18, but through very clearly defined forced marriage, where this is not an arranged marriage, this is where they are forced into a marriage, usually with a man who is significantly older. In fact, just yesterday, I was actually in a city, not this city, in a different city in India, and I was visiting a home for girls who've been rescued from human trafficking. And they were telling me, one of the girls who was there just handing us our coffee, she said, she's 14 years old, and she was actually sold by her parents to a man who was in his 70s. And then she had to be rescued. She was sold into sex. She was sold basically as a child bride. And so this is something that we see happen frequently. There's a member of our task force who is a former MP from Afghanistan. Her name is Fawzia Kufi. Prior to the upheaval there, she was actually the vice president of parliament, and she was a Nobel Peace Prize nominee just last year. And she has worked with the UN extensively to combat gender-based violence. And she is someone who has really targeted this issue of child marriage specifically. She said that according to UNICEF, before COVID-19, more than 100 million girls in the next 10 years were expected to marry before their 18th birthday. And most of these girls are actually sold, this is not choice, sold by their parents in order to make ends meet, some of them as young as 8 years old. Just yesterday, as I said, I visited and I saw this firsthand. The economic collapse after the Taliban's takeover in August of 2021 forced many already poor families to make desperate choices. And according to Ms. Kufi, empowering girls, and this is a quote, and ending child marriage is also linked to greater economic security, which is a primary focus, of course, of the G20. According to the International Center for Research on Women and the World Bank, child marriage is estimated to cost economies at least 1.7% of their gross domestic product. That's just, and we're just talking about child marriage. So if we just discussed that the cost to global GDPs from human trafficking is staggering. According to the World Bank, ending the practice of child marriage would save billions of dollars annually, resulting in a global savings of more than $4 trillion by 2030. To state it plainly, the world cannot afford to allow child marriage to continue. The economic reasons alone are compelling enough to place a priority on this form of violence, which includes child rape, physical abuse, and the end of their education. As I've seen firsthand, and as so many of you here believe in at KIIT University and with KISS and all of this, that education is at the heart of this, and that is what is stolen for so many so often. And so when we focus on that, there's a direct link. And finally, I want to share, there's many different forms of human trafficking, but I'm really identifying the top three, which would be sexual exploitation, forced marriage, and then the third is actually the largest, and that is labor exploitation. Some common examples of labor trafficking include bonded labor, forced labor, and domestic servitude. When violence, threats, lies, and other forms of coercion are used to force people to work against their will or without any reasonable way to leave, so there's no reasonable way to leave, this is modern slavery. And one example of this is my friend Angel, and Angel is the one on the right. Her identity has been changed for reasons. She is from a country in West Africa, and she's one of several women that we've been able to help. I first met her over a WhatsApp call, actually in 2019, and she was being labor trafficked in the Middle East. And her story is unfortunately common. For Angel, her slavery began when a friend in this country told her about a job opportunity in Europe. And this woman thought, this is great. I'm going to have a wonderful job in Europe. So she actually paid. She saved up and paid a significant amount of money, which would have been the equivalent to thousands of US dollars, so that she could travel to Europe to receive an incredible career opportunity. And by the way, this scenario happens with boys as well, especially in sports. They're especially targeted in sports. So since we're talking about gender equality, that's one way that they're recruited, and it's very common right now, is they'll say, oh, we have a wonderful opportunity for a sports scholarship, and it's in Europe, and then actually they end up being trafficked. So she was faced with an incredible dilemma because halfway through her journey, she was in a foreign country, still in Africa, and they said to her, you know what, we're actually going to be taking you to the Middle East. They had seized her passport, and they said, you have a choice. You can go back to your country, but you'll have to pay your own way. So she thought, do I go? Do I risk it? And they have my passport, or do I go back and have to pay money that I don't really have and go back? So she made the risk, and like so many women do, and she ended up in the Middle East. She had no resources to fall back on. She had no passport, and so she continued on the journey. And what I'm going to show you is an actual labor trafficking contract. Most of you have probably never seen one like this. This is real. I've taken all the identifiers off. There used to be names and things like that. Everything has been removed from this. This is actually very standard. So there's nothing that's really out of the ordinary from this. This is used very commonly in many different countries. And this she was forced to sign with her fingerprint, which is not shown, and on arrival. Now, fortunately, I want to read to you a couple things that it says on there. It says the first thing is this contract is for 2 years and it's not able to change. I'm going to highlight a couple things. Another thing that said, number 6, there are no days off in a week, which is slavery. That's absolutely slavery. You're not allowed to use your mobile phone. If they have a problem with the family, basically there's no solution. They're not allowed to go out of the home without taking permission from the family. This is not a standard work contract by any means. And the only pay that this woman received was basically nothing for 2 years. It was very substandard amounts of food. She began starving. Very common scenario. Like I said, I deal with women like this all the time. She was starving, she became sick, and oftentimes they do die, and they're never heard from again. And of course, their families don't know anything about it. The reason we heard of this story was because of a very divine situation where she was able to tell someone who then contacted us, and she was rescued. So I will tell you that her story ended differently. The picture you saw previously was a photo of her when she had just arrived in the airport, and she was home. She was home free. She did get home free. Wonderful ending to her story. But of course, less than 1% of victims are ever identified. And as economies grow around the world, goods produced from forced labor more easily enter the market. We see so much of this in supply chain products that we buy or the services that we use on a daily basis. And in this way, us, as consumers that create and sustain the demand for labor exploitation, we turn this profit into incentives for exploiters. So while these stories I know can be overwhelming, there is a way forward. I believe there's a solution for everything. The key to breaking the chains of modern slavery can be recognized as we realize that every single person has a right to human dignity and equality of value. Equality and human dignity are the opposite of slavery and discrimination. They are the opposite. And therefore, if we can pursue those with equal intentionality, we can get at the root of some of this. We know that human trafficking has the potential to reach anyone, but obviously there are certain socioeconomic factors and geographic locations that do make a person more vulnerable or likely to being targeted. Some of these are gender, disability. The rates of disability, when a person has a disability, that's a vulnerability that puts them at a much higher rate of being trafficked. Poverty and a lack of education. And I just have to say, that's why I just was so encouraged by being here. There's so much negativity in the world and, what's going wrong. But what I saw this morning was an actual step in the right direction to make sure that we can proactively stop human trafficking through education at the beginning, starting at that kindergarten level. And that's why I just love that it goes all the way through, not just 12th grade, but into the university, and making sure that really children from start to finish are able to have successful lives and really break that chain. So additionally, according to the United Nations, last year, 84 million people were forcibly displaced by war. I think I'm still there, okay. Were displaced by war, violence, or human rights abuses. In fact, there are 27 armed conflicts around the world. And women and girls experience the worst of conflict, especially as armies, militias, and roving criminals engage in sexual violence as a component of their warfare. I don't have time to get into it, but if you look back 10 years ago with ISIS, one of the primary ways that they fundraised was they would go into Yazidi villages, they would kidnap the girls, they would put them in the sex slavery, and some of them did not see the light of day for many years or until they passed away. And that was how they raised money to continue their criminal operations. So this is particularly important as the focus of this G20 or C20 is on gender disparities. And there is perhaps no gender disparity more obvious than the economic and educational disparities of women and girls. And when this is exacerbated, when it's combined with human trafficking, which disproportionately affects women and girls, we see the impact of what I would call gender apartheid against women leads to forced marriages, it leads to increased rates of domestic violence, and unfortunately sometimes early death. It is no coincidence that many leaders who threaten the security of the world also prioritize the elimination of women from positions of authority and the removal of women and girls from educational opportunities. Therefore, in order to improve global security, we must prioritize the opposite with the same intentionality. When women are removed from power, treated as underclass citizens and stripped of their basic human rights, such as education, physical safety, due process, and marital choice, economic collapse, and eventually instability follow in an entire nation and an entire region. Conversely, when more women are in positions of leadership, everyone benefits, especially during times of crisis. We see this in countries like Sudan when they had an upheaval years ago. It was actually women that helped usher in some of that, and they were a big part of it. We also saw 20 years ago that when the Taliban was initially defeated, they brought in women into leadership. That was a key part of the whole process, and why girls were able to receive education is that there was a focus on providing education to women and girls, and also providing opportunities for them to take leadership roles as well. Practical solutions throughout government and civil society have a better chance of implementation when women have a seat at the table, often because of their lived experience. And as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, there are now fewer women in workforce all over the country, not just in India, all over the world. Many of them have had to abandon their professional positions to carry a greater workload at home. And so because of this, the pandemic weakened education access in both developing and wealthy nations. And without education, girls lack knowledge, they lack skills, they lack empowerment to enter and lead local, national, and global sectors. And without sustainable economic prospects, trafficking victims are especially compelled to return to their exploitation. And this is why, when I worked at the Department of Justice, I saw an amazing program firsthand, and it's done actually at the state level here in the United States, and it's for victims of trafficking. Because what I remember saying is I said to someone, I am tired of seeing a cycle of rescue, restore, and then repeat. It just keeps happening over and over, and they need to get out. And for so many victims of human trafficking, the victimization cycle often continues if there is no sustainable career. So just to move past this education line and to wrap up, this is why education and economic opportunities, especially in the form of businesses and entrepreneurial skills, are essential. So one of the most incredible opportunities in the United States that several businesses have implemented is called, there's different versions on it, but basically it's called Businesses Against Trafficking. And it starts at the state level, where actually this is where civil society can partner with governments, where the government then pays businesses to become educated on signs of human trafficking. So you as a business can sign up, and the government will pay you to be trained to recognize those signs. And then those businesses then in turn are able to come back into society and actually employ survivors of trafficking. So it's a really amazing cycle that we've just started implementing in certain states in the United States, and it's really, really effective. Through this positive cycle of government, business, and civil society, communities can build networks in which human trafficking survivors are identified, connected to legal and social services, and supported to enter sustainable careers that help survivors exit the negative cycle once and for all. So human trafficking is uniquely economically based because actually with this, the victims, their dignity and freedom have been robbed through their work. So that's why it's so unique, is that their work has been the source of their exploitation. And when we break that cycle, we have the opportunity to really offer them true hope and freedom. So I'm almost done. So how can we stop this? Well, freedom and choice are obviously the opposite of slavery and human trafficking. And therefore, they must be central to breaking the cycle of slavery through economic empowerment. That's really at the core of this. For example, one survivor I know has successfully started her own cleaning business, where she doesn't just clean homes, she now employs, she's a boss herself. She actually employs other women in her cleaning business. And this is just one example. And she's empowered, she has autonomy. These are skills that are really necessary. She's happy, she's thriving, she has a new identity as a leader. There's hope for the future. And this is the power of successful economic empowerment. Survivors of human trafficking and exploitation tend to thrive best in small businesses where they can exercise leadership and autonomy and growth. So mentorships, paid internships, microloans to start businesses, scholarships for higher education. These are all incredible ways that businesses and governments can partner together with survivors and gender-based violence to help them succeed. So these are my 3 primary recommendations. First is policy change. Governments, just like I said, working together with civil society and businesses to make sure that women and survivors of trafficking are able to choose freedom and have economic choices. The second, I would encourage governments to prioritize funding for widespread education to youth about the signs of human trafficking. So I will tell you, in the United States and in Africa and elsewhere, That woman, Angel, that I showed you, the first thing she said to me when she got back is she said, I want to go to the schools where I grew up, she said, and tell them what happened to me. Because she had an education. She had a wonderful education. My friend Susan, her daughter, had a wonderful education. But they did not know the signs of human trafficking. They didn't know what grooming looked like. And neither did their parents. And so they were victims of traffickers because they didn't know. And that wasn't their fault that they didn't know. But that's a super simple fix. Education is very, very inexpensive. To provide prevention education that teaches children, and I have a great recommendation if you want it. Like I said, I'm not affiliated with it, but a great recommendation if you want it for prevention education. But ways that children can really recognize the signs of what grooming looks like, what control looks like, what coercive control looks like, so that they can see those signs and say, you know what, I'm not going to make that choice. And the third thing is, I encourage governments to prioritize girls' education and women's leadership development within government, business, and civil society. Where there is a significant lack of female representation in positions of leadership, there is less long-term stability and peace. So as I close today, I just would encourage all of you. First of all, I want to thank you for your incredible hospitality. But the nation of India is rapidly approaching the status as one of the most populous countries in the whole world. And the world needs India and all of your nations to set an example as a truly free and prosperous people more than ever. Thank you for all that you are doing, and thank you so much for your hospitality and so much that's being done well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. Indeed, she gave away all her energies to all of us here. Lost a few on her own. Thank you so much. Indeed, an eye-opener for all of us. How concerning and disturbing the situation is at times. Jumping the protocol ahead of the plenary session, we have Ambassador Shri Vijay Nambiar ji, Principal Coordinator C20. Can we all please invite and join me in welcoming Shri Vijay Nambiar ji on stage for his remarks on the summit. Sir, please. Sir has to board an emergency flight. That's why the protocol jumped.
Thank you. I'd like to apologize because I'm jumping the queue. And in fact, I think this is not the first time I've done it. At the luncheons, I've been also, I think, been responsible for jumping the queue. I hope I'll be excused by those who were in the queue before me. My reason for making some very few comments to you this afternoon is to perhaps to give you an impression of what may be the next steps to be taken after the policy briefs are ready. You have already now, we will probably be hearing the 7 recommendations of the working groups, and then you will have detailed comments by the experts. What happens after that? Now that is something which some working groups may say, oh, that's not our job. We've given our policy briefs and it's all done. I think the real job starts after that, because the question is how we present these policy briefs to those who are likely to see it and those who are likely to implement it. And I think ensuring that is probably what will make all your efforts worthwhile, or not doing which will make all your efforts quite useless. So I think that is very important. So the first thing we plan to do after we receive the policy packs, and mind you, there are 15 working groups, and each of you plan to give a 2,500-word policy brief to us. Now, roughly, if you are going to collect all these and put them together, what you might find is a tome of at least 250 pages. Now that is not likely to be read with great interest by policymakers. They would want something which is at least briefer than 200 pages. Ideally, they would like 3 pages. Of course, our job, therefore, is going to be how to make this incredible effort which you put in over all these months, the kind of details that you have gone into, the kind of consultations you have, and then, of course, using all manner of effort to get a distillation of all these recommendations into just for the gender and equality and disabilities group. Of course, now it will be primarily gender because you'll have another disability and justice group too. How to get those reflected in as concise a manner in the final document. That will mean our discussions with the other groups having as compact a drafting group to go into looking at what are the overlaps, what are the combinations that we can do between the various working groups and put it into one document. And then, without compromising on both the priorities and the practicalities of your suggestions, put them forward to the G20 for the policy, for the C20 summit, and then to the G20 leaders. Now, after we do that, when we get some form of a documentation ready, we will then have to make preliminary discussions with other engagement groups, which are, of course, 11 in number, and see where are the intersectionalities and where are the possibilities of being able to see commonalities and therefore build on those commonalities to establish the importance of some of the actions that you're proposing. That is one thing which we'll have to do. And then, of course, go to C20, to government ministries, then campaign with other C20 leaders into their own bureaucracies with a view to trying to prioritize, establish some kind of highlighting, as it were, of what your own priorities are. That is the second stage. We will have to look also at the possibilities of what kind of importance major priority areas among the working groups may even merit special prominence at the Civil 20 Summit. We might even have to think if there is one or two, there is one or there are two major priority areas, we may think of even a side event and have senior members, international leaders to again focus on those issues so that that actually attracts more of the attention of world leaders when it comes to the G20 adopting their document. Now, therefore, this is something which I think will require what Meg talked about earlier, building awareness, having courage, and of course, tenacity. So that kind of tenacity will, I think, characterize the work of putting the text also, summarizing the text, and then pushing it up with the leaders. We will have a lot of data. Leveraging of this data with ground-level CSOs is also going to be an important part. This, you may think, is probably something which has gone on earlier and may not be important at this time between now and the G20, but I think that may perhaps give us ideas about how to approach the government into what's working and what's not working, so that will also give them an idea of how better to carry on the work. There are some issues where I think we may have to look at, and this came as a consequence of my discussions with some members of the working group who are not necessarily looking at it from a purely Indian perspective. It is inevitable that since we are host countries and we have actually worked from our own end, there may be some areas of priorities, areas of emphasis, which may not entirely meet with the priorities of some of the other G20 countries. The broad priorities are the same, but when you put them into words, words have an interesting way of being interpreted by each delegation. And therefore, while the emphasis will be, by and large for us, to go by standard, accepted phraseology and words which are in the lexicon of the G20, there may be certain new words which we may require to do, which we may require to use, which are probably priorities for the Indian government. How do we increase the awareness of some of the other delegations? This, I think, will inevitably become a challenge for us. But I think it is important for us here to draw a fine line between what is necessary and what is possible. I think more often than not, it is possible to give up and say, oh no, this is not going to be accepted by a majority of the G20 members, and then raise questions of, oh, North and South, developed and developing, you know, there may be problems, etc. But I would suggest, and many of you are here are quite well acquainted with the business of diplomacy, multilateral diplomacy. I think there is a possibility, and we should go as far as possible with courage and tenacity in pushing some of these projects. These are some of the general points which I thought I would need to present to you. I'm sorry it is brief. Maybe there are other things that we will need to look at. But it's not so much how to explain what you should do next, which is important. It's actually doing it. And I think that is where some of the problems, and I think when I heard Meg make some comments, I noticed my hands automatically went like this. Yes, I think it is going to be a big job, but I know we will be able to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's continue with the plenary. I would be inviting the guests on stage. As I invite the guests, I request them to take their seats on the stage and please accept our felicitation. The first guest I would like to invite is Huma Masood ji, who's a senior gender specialist at UNESCO New Delhi. She works for protection against sexual exploitation and abuse and education in emergencies. She has a PhD in international relations, political sciences, and MPhil in applied social sciences. One of her main missions is to raise awareness and education about menstrual hygiene to help tackle the issue of 23 million girls, that is 2.3 crores in India, dropping out of school. She believes it is essential to consider the role of gender in every step of the way. Please join us in felicitating Huma Masood ji. Our next guest is Aishwarya Sehgal, who's the Program Officer, Social and Human Sciences Unit at UNESCO. She works as the Gender and Social Inclusion Analyst with an experience in developing programs and partnerships to enable gender equality, inclusion, and transformative social change for peace and sustainable development. She works to create gender-responsive tools to facilitate social cohesion by supporting capacity building, research, and advocacy efforts related to global citizenship, education, and addressing hate speech. Thank you. Moving on, our next guest is Akhila Radhakrishnan, Social Policy Specialist at UNICEF in India. She obtained a PhD in sociology from the Madras Institute of Development Studies in the year 2000. Prior to joining the UNICEF, ma'am worked for 10 years as a senior consultant with bilateral and multilateral organizations in India. She is a leading expert in the field of education with extensive experience working with policymakers, educators, and communities to bring about a positive change. She is committed to promoting social change for children worldwide. Her perspective in social and economic policy involves finding practical and feasible solutions that can be implemented in the real world. Her ultimate goal is to contribute to the achievement of the SDG 16, which aims to create more peaceful societies. Let's welcome our next guest, Manish Bhatia ji, who's the Assistant Director at the National Council for Cooperative Training at the Ministry of Agriculture. We all know that the Ministry of Agriculture has been, in fact, a pioneer in spearheading gender equality, and sir has also been involved in implementing and giving impetus to mainstreaming gender equality efforts by the ministry and by the government. Please join us in felicitating Mr. Manish Bhatia. I request all the guests to take their seats on the dais. It is time to invite Dr. Nimita Pandey. Dr. Nimita Pandey is an assistant professor at the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham in Kerala. Before joining Amrita, she worked with the UNESCO New Delhi office, where she led the Women in Science initiative. She also contributed and coordinated the development of the Equity and Inclusion chapter of India's forthcoming 5th National Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, and co-authored UNESCO's recent publication, A Braided River, The Universe of Indian Women in Science, launched in March 2022. She has worked in various research projects supported by European Commission, UNDP, FAO, World Bank, and the Government of India. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Nimita Pandey. Dr. Nimita is going to talk about the 7 top priority policies before we proceed into the plenary, which is going to talk more about the reflections on the priority policy by the experts on DICE. Let's welcome Nimita ji.
Om Amriteshwarya Nama. Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar to everyone. As we have been talking about policy recommendations since last 2 days, this is just a recap of what we have been doing, more like an energizer. So a very, very intensive exercise we took forward in order to come up with top 7 recommendations for the Gender Equality and Disability Working Group. Next slide, please. So how do we got here? A very intensive exercise of nearly 35 policy dialogues and side events, as well as online surveys and expert inputs, which involved participants from all across 42 countries. We managed to have some 1,000+ policy recommendations, and it was really, really tough for us. But it was very, very heartening that everyone was contributing to this process. So please pat your back for that. And then coming to 7, how did we do that? So we did put across a more systematic process for policy consolidation, which involved 8 steps in order to collate all the policies, identify overlaps, did a semantic exercise to compare and remove redundancies. And I think this was kind of discussed in the breakout rooms, but just for our experts, we are doing a recap. And what we did yesterday in the breakout rooms was discuss and endorse those consolidated policies for each sub-themes, the 7 sub-themes which we have been talking since last 2 days and way before, since the process has started. And then we did a ranking exercise for the consolidated recommendation to come with 4 top recommendations for each sub-themes. And out of the 4 for each sub-theme, we have identified the first rank recommendation for each sub-themes, which I would be putting in the next few slides. The first sub-theme talked about, which is economic empowerment and sustainable livelihood. We talked about creating convergence, not just with financial institutions, but with different stakeholders, including CSOs, to improve the access to finance for women and persons with disability. It was very important to, and I'm glad that this point came very strongly from that breakout room, to allocate a minimum of 33% of their credit portfolio, who are the financial service providers, particularly to support the SMEs run or owned by women and the persons with disability. So, and it is also, what was also highlighted was to streamline the loan process by incentivizing the loan officers as well as creating a more accountable framework. So this was the idea behind the first recommendation. Moving to the second was our sub-theme on education and skill development, where we prioritize last mile connectivity for girls in all their diversity and learners with disability, and also focused on migrants in order to ensure gender responsive, accessible, affordable learning centers. We talked about not just what we do in physical spaces, but also online education, skill development, and how it could be stretched towards employment. And we talked about digital infrastructure, safety, security, so you could see an overlap with other sub-themes as well, which would impart holistic learning environment for all of them. The third being environment and disaster, where the main focus was on traditional and indigenous knowledge, which is predominantly held by women. And it is how important it is to streamline and institutionalize and value these women who are the main stakeholder, or I would say the producer of traditional and indigenous knowledge, which plays a crucial role across different aspects of life, be it food, nutrition, and even like to safeguard the endangered species. This is the idea behind the environment and disaster sub-theme. The next one is physical and mental health. It is very, very heartening that we have valued mental health as one of the aspects, and how important it is to incorporate social, emotional learning in education related to that, and how important it is to provide community-based mental health services, offer financial incentives to these healthcare providers for serving the undeserved, underrepresented communities. In order to do that, it is also important to engage with public-private sector and to increase access to mental health. This was the basic idea behind this policy. Moving further was our sub-theme on safety and security. We looked at how we could encourage and reinforce the idea of having more government funding to ensure financial inclusion and security for marginalized and vulnerable communities, particularly focusing on women and persons with disability, and how it is important to sensitize them for non-violent negotiation and consider gender equity for providing funding, and also to institutionalize personal safety, promote sexuality education, community and security programs, and different other aspects in order to reinforce the idea of safety and security. One of the most important aspects was looking at financial and digital literacy and how it could be achieved through building the right kind of capacities, public-private partnership, which would entail further towards gender safety and security, and also reinforce the idea of kind of encouraging social audits. The other sub-theme is about society and culture and engaging men and boys. I think we have all valued this sub-theme in the best of spirit, and where we have come about how important it is to have gender and masculinities transforming education in all across educational institute, workplaces, be it government or non-government organization, and also to gender mainstream this idea in education by having these elements within the curricula in our schools and colleges. The last one, but not the least, and most important, was our disability, where we have pushed across this idea of establishing a stand-alone working group on disability under the C20. And I must congratulate everyone that it is very, very heartening to know that the G20 has agreed to take this forward, and we made an announcement recently, I believe, last night or today morning, yeah? So, yeah, congratulations to you, because you are doing that, taking it forward, yes. So with this, we end the presentation, and we will open the conversation with interventions from our experts to create synergies and integration across these policies, and which will help us to consolidate them and present them to the C20 and further to G20. Thank you so much. Over to you, Debashish.
Let's invite Uma Masoodji first.
Thanks a lot. Namaskar, and I'm very glad to be here among all of you, and I thank especially Dr. Bhavani Rao for giving me this opportunity to be among all of you. With excellent opportunity, hospitality, I would like to now share my input to the working group's top 7 recommendations here. And I'll start with the story, which many of you may know, which is famous as Alice and the Wonderland, or Alice in the Wonderland. Alice was wandering in the Wonderland, negotiating mysterious surroundings and meeting extraordinary members of different genera. Suddenly, she discovers a potion on a table and drinks it. This makes her very, very tall. The distance between her head and feet becomes enormous. She's worried. Would I be able to take care of my feet, which are so far away from me? Her most serious concern was, would my feet follow my command? Would they walk the way I would like them to? She therefore decides, I will give them a new pair of shoes every Christmas to keep them happy and obedient. This imagery created by Lewis Carroll in his fantasy novel is for drawing attention to the problems of miscommunication, lack of coordination, and compliance, often existing between the core and its periphery. That is what happens with our policies and their implementations. Many of our issues which have been listed as recommendations, which our good friend Nimita just presented, actually many of these issues and are deeply linked to the exclusionary development, which creates inequality in distribution of benefits in most of our countries, including the G20 countries. Thus, despite the well-orchestrated interventions, we have inherited uneven structures. which in the new era of inclusive development, what we call, require coordination, engendered approaches, inclusive approaches, transparency, governance, harmonization of efforts, which is also lacking. Now let me start with the recommendations, and I'll start with the last one, which I am very, very close to. Many of you who are sitting here know that I've been working for good some time in this area of disability, and I also worked and have developed a document called N for Nose, State of the Education Report, which has very important recommendations from the aspect of disability and education in the Indian context. So in light of the international commitments to SDGs, how are women, girls, and other genders with disabilities are faring? In truth, we don't know. Although, from what we can tell, they are not faring well. But why don't we know more? The problem is that those committed to gender equity fail to consider disability, and those committed to disability fail to consider equity. Thus, by failing to consider gender, have unwittingly rendered disabled girls and women and other genders invisible. Then, there are many issues like of definition, not only across G20 countries, but also within this country or the same country. Given the diversity of definitions, there are no clear statistics on the number of percentage, and there are just estimations. Very easy to use approx. We always use approximately. Now, as the management guru, Peter Drucker, famously said, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Therefore, better measure it, and therefore better collect the data. So we should begin and start with counting, and now have the real-time data. If it's becoming a priority area, I think it's important that we should first and foremost start to count. There are also issues which are very general, which I put together for you all during the lunch hour, and which most of us know, is stereotyping, which greatly limits their options and opportunities, invisibility in research, policies, programmings, and whatever coverage is there is very anecdotal. The heterogeneity, the socioeconomic status of their families, race, ethnicity, whether they live in urban, rural areas, and a host of other factors are never accounted, and for including the circular relationship between poverty and disability, because poverty causes disability, and disability in turn can contribute to poverty. Now, attitudinal, cultural behaviors, issues of violence, safety, compounded by disability, biases in the context of transportation. I have my very good friend who works in the area of the accessibility, Anjali. Hi there. You do good work in this area, and you have brought this at the center stage. Thus, we should pledge that differently abled are not in it alone. And I'm happy that here in this event, they are part of the agenda. And I'm really glad to know this. And I'm very glad to hear this. and I have a lot of expectations now. Now, coming to the other 6 recommendations. We are all aware that women-led development is supported by several international frameworks. This afternoon, Aishwarya and me, we were talking about that, including CEDAW, Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action 1995, UN Women Peace and Security Agenda, OSCE Action Plan for the Promotion of Gender Equality, GAP, UN's Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights, the Global Authoritative Standards to Prevent, Mitigate and Remediate Business-Related Adverse Human Rights Impacts, and of course the SDGs. We do not require to reinvent the wheel and no more playing the elephant that is called the dominant group and mouse the less dominant group story, although I didn't want to use the term elephant after watching Elephant Whisperers. So I think we need to find another term for it. But what we mean is the more and the lesser, basically. So a women-led and inclusive of all gender development approach is premised on the intrinsic knowledge and leadership of women that results in sustainable and inclusive growth. Women-led development is a principle enhancing the value frameworks for inclusive and gender equitable growth and development. At the same time, it is a strategy to afford equal opportunities for women to participate and lead development planning and execution. SDG 5 particularly focuses on achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls, whereas SDG 10 bolsters diversity and inclusion by reducing inequalities. The SDGs also recognize the importance of women's participation in decision-making processes at all levels, including in the development and implementation of policies and programs. The transformative potential of women-led development. Now, the focus I'm putting over here is on girls and women in the context of gender, so I'm not excluding boys and males from it, Aishwarya, my colleague. So it's basically that what we mean is to have cooperation, collaboration, and convergence within and across governments and stakeholders. We need to harness the power, responsibility, and commitment of the G20 platform, which is a very powerful platform. India proposes to center women's participation and leadership in national, regional, and global development in a manner that enhances women's decision-making role, and we hope that this presidency firmly believes that such an approach would accelerate redistribution of skewed opportunities, resources, and choices for women. Building an ecosystem for care work to be valued in economic terms in a manner that reduces the burden of unpaid care work on women. Because there are 7 recommendations and they do speak on some of these aspects. Ensuring decent wages, social protection for women care workers within public systems, and increasing families' access to high quality, affordable, and accessible child care and elderly care infrastructure should be part of these expanded recommendations. Prioritizing public investment into child care infrastructure by G20 member states by encouraging developed G20 nations to invest at least 1% of their GDP into their child care infrastructure through a mix of direct provision and tax policies, encouraging OECD, DAC countries that are G20 member states to fulfill their commitments of providing 0.7% of their GNI to developing G20 member states, and by encouraging developing G20 nations to prioritize the leveraging of the Development Assistance Fund towards strengthening and expanding provisions of these services. mainstream gender perspectives into training and employment policies and programs, ensuring workplace safety for women, developing enabling institutions for women's participation and leadership within communities and civic spaces, developing digital tools and services to address the needs of all women and girls across sectors and geographies, especially for their education, health, economic empowerment and engagement, mainstreaming gender and digital policies to remove barriers to equal access for all women and girls, and ensuring a policy of zero tolerance for gender-based violence that occurs through or is amplified by the use of technology like cyberbullying, as we all know, and ensure that public and private sector entities prioritize its prevention and elimination. Mainstreaming a gender perspective in the design of emerging technologies and adopt regulations to ensure they are subject to adequate safeguards to combat new risks, gender stereotypes, and negative social norms. Prioritizing all policies and programs to achieve gender parity in emerging scientific and technological fields and create supportive workplaces and education settings. Ensuring inclusion, prioritizing women's access to formal ownership and control of economic assets, investing in social norm change to increase women's influence in economic decision-making, strengthening access to market, financial, technological, and physical infrastructure, expanding and deepening access to finance and technology for women within food systems, including leveraging innovative and blended financial instruments to support and scale up food systems, etc. I will end with this hope that those who are truly committed to one earth, one family, one future will become staunchest allies for making these recommendations a reality. If G20 leads, the world follows. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Huma Masood, for that wonderful talk. Let's invite Aishwarya Saigal. Let's clap together once to welcome.
Hi everyone. I would like to thank the organizers first for inviting me and giving me this platform to share my thoughts. Before I start, I just wanted to share a quote with you that I find extremely powerful and that drives a lot of my work and the vision that I have in life. It says, "Place matters. Place is about geography, but also about memory and imagination. People make places even as places change people. Places are secured by individual and collective struggles and spirit. Place is where culture is made, where traditions and histories are kept and lost, where identities are created, tested, and reshaped over time." I was very happy to see that the spirit of this quote was embraced within the C20 discussions, and as a specialized agency for the UN for education, culture, the sciences, and communication, this is the exact spirit that we also promote. We are happy to see also that this intersectional lens was applied to all of the discussions that happened in the C20 working groups. I'm going to go policy by policy. My colleague Huma has already enumerated very important points that we must look at. She talked about them very eloquently, so I'll just go policy by policy and take you through certain things that I think should be looked at. With respect to policy 7, establishing a standalone working group on disability under C20, I think it's extremely important, but what we also need to look at perhaps is having disability focal points in each and every working group and also in the subgroups, because it's an intersectional issue and it's cross-cutting. So we should definitely have a larger working group, but we have to mainstream this in other sub-themes as well. With respect to policy 6, which is gender sensitization and training, First and foremost, I'd like to reference an accountability framework that ICRW has created. This framework talks about being accountable to feminist policies and theories. And anything that we do, I think, must be accountable to the amazing work that feminists and feminist organizations all around the world have done. Whatever we're doing, we must reference them, and we must look at all of this work that they've done so that we're not reinventing the wheel and we're taking into account all of these considerations. A lot of the cross-cutting themes that were discussed in Policy 6 and Policy 2 were about creating an inclusive digital infrastructure and also safeguarding against cyberbullying, harmful social norms on the online sphere, and online gender-based violence. Here, I'd like to reference a UNESCO framework that has just been developed and adopted by all 193 member countries. It's the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. Why I'm referencing this is because the instrument is already there. G20 countries specifically are already party to it. We have to hold these institutions accountable. The structure is there, the policies, the actions are all there on how to create an ethical online infrastructure and how to ethically reflect on gender-based violence within the online framework. We must use these instruments so that governments that are party to these instruments can then effectively implement them and deploy them within the countries. With respect to, again, Policy 6, gender sensitization training, because this is the working group I was a part of, we also reflected on a lot of case studies and a lot of programs, trainings that already exist, which could be referenced in the white paper and perhaps reflect good practices that G20 countries can adopt. One of them is, because we're talking about gender sensitization trainings, it's important to create a structure that promotes these trainings, because there are a lot of CSOs working already in the country on gender sensitization. We need a robust structure that will bring all of this together and that will make it easily implementable for the G20 countries. So one of the ideas is what we call a UNESCO Chairs program. In fact, the Amrita University is a UNESCO chair on gender equality and women's empowerment. We encourage knowledge hubs like this. When you bring together knowledge and you bring together best practices, it's easier for other people to reference it and to make it a one-stop shop for anyone who's looking to work within this space. So what we would do is we would encourage governments to establish more knowledge hubs like this so that anyone who wants to work within this field can come to these UNESCO chairs or knowledge hubs, whatever you may want to call it, and work together. They don't have to work in silos. They work together as an alliance and then push an agenda forward. Similarly with the trainings, this could be a hub where all of the training materials are developed and then implemented with the help of the government. Another good practice that I like to reference is an educational training program on gender sensitization that UNESCO has developed with the government of Iceland. It is called the Gender Equalities and Studies Training Program, which essentially means that through this program, we're creating a human resource pool to be able to gender mainstream across different sectors. This will also help the government in this policy recommendation of gender sensitization trainings, because yes, it's easy to create a curricula, but who implements this curricula? Who goes and does these trainings with different sectors? So what we encourage is also to create this human resource pool through educational training centers, which will help then the government implement this recommendation. With respect to Policy 5, I just had a quick comment. Yes, it's important to increase government funding to increase safety, but what should also be encouraged is private sector funding, and governments have the power to encourage this private sector funding. For example, the National Sports Development Fund, it encourages contribution to the fund by encouraging private sector partners to donate, because they get exempt from tax. So if you provide incentives like this, I'm sure the private sector would want to invest more in causes that they may be interested in but have no incentives to support. With respect to Policy 3 on indigenous community knowledge and climate change, here again, I would like to reference a UNESCO program, which is the UNESCO program on local and indigenous knowledge systems, and the UNESCO Memory of the World program, which is collating data already on local and indigenous knowledge that governments can use. So perhaps for this policy recommendation, this structure and this program could also be used as a foundation to build on the policy, and maybe could be referenced in the white paper as well. On the mental health policy, I think one of the very important and non-controversial creative tools to advance mental and physical health, which perhaps has been drowned out or missed out, is sport. We must look at sport considering India's amazing infrastructure for sports. We're in Odisha, the sport capital of India. And we have this wealth of knowledge in terms of indigenous sport. We have yoga that the government is very, very keen on promoting as well. And likewise, in the other G20 countries, there is a focus in sport. So why not use this already existing infrastructure and build on sport as a creative tool to advance mental and physical health? Perhaps this is also something that can be reflected in the policy. And with that, I conclude my comments, and thank you so much for having me. I hope I was able to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's call on stage Akhila Radhakrishnan, Social Policy Specialist at UNICEF.
Can I use? Namaste to Swamiji, dignitaries of and on the stage. I was fortunate to participate in one of the sub-theme consultations in Bangalore recently on the education and skill development sector. And coming from there to here, I know it has been a giant leap. So I think from what Mr. Vijay Nambiar was guiding as next steps, it's going to be another huge leap from here to, actually presenting the policy recommendations to G20. So I feel my contributions, if they are in any way helpful to make the next leap, I have sort of, reflected on how I could be helpful towards that second leap that you're going to have shortly. So I would be a little bit more specific, having seen how this brilliant team of Amrita has been working, I'm sure, day and night to get wherever you're getting as your benchmarks towards this progress. The first comment that I wanted to make is to be extremely relevant in what we are saying to, the G20 for this year. Because G20 countries, gender equality is not new for G20 discussions. Since the 2009 summit in London, every year the G20 has had some reference to gender equality. So it's not something that we are starting now. There has been a lot of history towards talking about gender equality, and I think we have the extremely huge responsibility of taking this dialogue forward and not just saying something in India G20 now. So I think we need to little bit look back on what has been said and where are we taking this forward for gender. So the kind of significance that has been given for G20 so far in terms of gender equality has moved from several key themes or focus areas for gender equality from, one G20 to another over these years. And I think the themes have been so far, first of all, it was all about women's labor force participation. Because let's accept that G20 is talking about international cooperation for economic and financial stability. So the main core theme for G20 is about economics and finance. Whatever else we may talk about gender equality towards going there and not gender equality for equality's sake. So having put that, broad umbrella, theme there, G20 discussions for gender equality have been around, women's labor force participation, women entrepreneurs, women in STEM, women's digital skills education, and also on some of these factors which may actually be blocking these core areas where gender equality has to happen, and therefore on ending gender-based violence and to look at the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on women. So now we have, we know that, India is actually talking about women-led development as its theme for G20 from India. So gender is already out there. So whatever we are going to say is going to be something very, very, very specific. Completely, talking about where women-led development is taking and what we are saying, how does it take to women-led development and nothing else. So I think it's very specific, already, written out large for India. And so I think each of our policy recommendations should also squarely talk about women-led development in whatever these policy recommendations are. So that is my personal opinion about really leveraging the space that's already provided for gender equality in India G20. Having said that, why it is important also to, go for certain commitments, to ask for those commitments is, again, G20 commitments, there are many commitments. What actually is taken forward into action is something else. So the commitments should not remain just commitments. They should be actionable, and we should be pushing for that action. For example, there was an ILO document which had researched about the number of gender-based commitments that have been made in G20 and what of them have actually been, taken to action by the countries. And it said that, commitments related to reducing the labor participation gap, the gender gap in labor participation rate, those commitments, especially there was one commitment which said reduce this gap by 25% by 2025. In fact, that has been one commitment that's been taken seriously by across all of the G20 countries. Whereas commitments related to STEM or gender-based violence have been excellent commitments, but not really taken up seriously by the G20 countries. So whatever we are going to say should not remain at commitment's sake, and it should be actionable. In the last 2 days of presentations that we have heard from different teams coming up to these 7 policies which have been sort of finalized, what I found is all of us have understood gender is cross-cutting, and I think most of the policy groups also came up with specifics like we need gender disaggregated data. I think in at least 3 or 4 of these sub-themes, we heard that the need for gender disaggregated data to tweak the policies and programs that are already there. For example, today morning, Dr. Bhavani made this presentation where she showed that where there are policies, but what is it that we can tweak? So those are very specifics. I don't think they will make it to the G20 kind of recommendation, but it will definitely help India to move forward. So the point that I'm trying to make is several things that we have said may not really go there, but there are some very significant byproducts that can come out of these deliberations for India. And we should recognize that. And it's really important. I also wanted to make some comments about the method that we have arrived, at towards, these ones, and then go into the specifics about each of these policies, my comments about the policies. First of all, about the method. Collective decision is definitely important. And I'm a fan of democracy, so I'm not saying, that we should not have done it. But when do we use a particular tool is very important. Suppose voting is used in large, diverse type of people, then voting is really important. But here, you're already having experts in certain very specific thematic work. So when you ask experts to vote, there can be several limitations coming out of that data. I'm saying let's be aware of that data, aware of those biases. For example, for aggregating preferences, yes, it's a good method. It is more inclusive. Definitely, therefore, we would support it. But there could be misinformation, biases because of misinformation about certain other policies that, one may not be aware of because they are not working in that space. I'll tell you, I'll explain this with an example from my own, the group that I was participating more keenly in the education and skill development. So the policy that has got, voted maximum, namely the prioritizing last mile connectivity, is there because I could see that a number of participants in that room have been working towards, ensuring last mile connectivity. Suppose you had done this vote with a group that is working more on, say, these, transnational skill development for transnational mobility. Maybe they have more work towards skills harmonization, for example. I'm sure that would have got voted as, the most important policy that this C20 group has to present to G20. So why I'm saying that is, while we have done, 35 policy dialogues involving participants from 42 countries and having come here, let's not shy away from looking at all of these again. Because in any voting practice, in any democratic practice, making a collective decision is important, but that need not be the end all. There could always be some very critical things that have been left out. And if that left out point is going to affect, the most disadvantaged populations who we want to bring on a platform when we are talking about equitable growth, etc., let's not shy away to take a re-look at some of those policies which are all there with us. So this is my plea to the organizers to not just, shut yourself with this particular policy because it was voted in your group. If you think, as someone who has done so many of these, policy discussions, as an expert, if you feel that there is something very critical and very relevant that is talking about women-led development, which is the core theme for India, I think you should still bring it up. So that is my advice to you. The second point that I wanted to make there is about the excellent method that you have already initiated, and there was a presentation about Udarans. And today we also heard about what of it is going to be taken forward in the form of the white paper, because in the white paper again you're collecting examples, good case studies and replicable work on all of these policies. So perhaps if you think that the policy that got voted out could be great in your white paper, but it need not be the policy that you want to take as your, ultimate, to the communique to the G20. Please, I think you should feel free to do that. Keep that, openness for yourself is my advice. I just have 1 minute left, according to them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly give one comment each for each of your policies, which is on top of my mind. So in the first policy recommendation about the access to finance and accountability for loan refusal, so please look at this policy from the angle of whether it is talking to women-led development, whether it is talking about green and blue economies, because that is what India and the G20 countries are looking ahead to. I'm not saying what you have here is important, not important, but is it really that important? Is something that I think you should put your mind again to. My second, on the second one about prioritizing last mile connectivity, sometimes we tend to confuse ourselves about what is the policy statement that we are saying and what, sometimes it's just a strategy of arriving there. So if it's about strategy, I think we should take it away because that will come as the next step. When countries have chosen to work on that, they will bring their own strategies towards it. So I don't think we should be too bothered about bringing the strategy ideas also into the policy statement. On the third one, again, it's really, really very attractive to look at such, policy ideas about bringing indigenous community knowledge. But is it really more important than ensuring safe water, which is going to really, which has been proven by research to alter gender relations in several countries and communities? So do we want to talk about indigenous knowledge, or do we want to talk about safe water, which should be a non-negotiable? So again, going back to our rethink. Regarding mental health, I know that there has been a G20 on mental health, and a lot of things have been said there. So what are we saying? Is it going to be a very unique value add to that? We should say that. Regarding the government funding to increase safety, I think this is where we can really put it very smart. Smart in the sense of, very specific, measurable, achievable, whether it is really relevant and it is achievable in a time-bound manner. Because before we know it, the next G20 will be there next year. So are we going to be able to do something substantively possible by making this policy recommendation? On the gender sensitization training, I think it's more of a strategy. But if, for example, as I said, the G20 countries have spoken about gender-based violence. So if these trainings are going to really take a plan of action to bring something that has been started to a very good fruition that is going to help gender equality, I think we should talk about that and not in generic terms, which may have been already talked about. So those are some of my specific comments. I'm always available for more if you need. But given this sheet with me, I think I shouldn't talk more. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Akhila ji. Let's welcome Manish Bhatti, Assistant Director, National Council for Cooperative Training, Ministry of Agriculture.
Before I start, I would like to pay my regards to the lotus feet of Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi ji, the C20 Chair. Again, my regards to Swami Amrita Swarupanand Puri, representative of C20 Chair, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi. I also pay my regards to all the panelists who are here, and all the guests who have come here, and perhaps those who have left also, because I have been able to listen to them and able to increase my knowledge. Before giving you something, I have taken a lot from this meeting. I would like to thank Dr. Bhavani Rao for inviting us to give our viewpoints regarding this gender equality and disability C20 Working Group. Before we start, I would like to start with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. What is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister? As we all know, our Honorable Prime Minister has always said, "Sabka saath, sabka prayas, sabka vishwas, sabka vikas." So that encapsulates all the equality and all those forums that we are working on that. So that readily captures the various aspects of equality. Now moving forward, what I would like to take it forward, that we all know that women empowerment and women-led development is the heart of India's G20 agenda. And exploring the potential of gender transformative approaches This intergovernmental forum of G20 promises a platform to the members to collectively translate ideas into tangible outcomes aimed at achieving sustainable and sustained gender equality. What we need to achieve is substantive and sustained gender equality. So we are working on that. India's vision is well encapsulated in our Honorable Prime Minister's remarks at the G20 summit in Bali, in which he said that global development is not possible without women's participation. So we are all aware what the vision of this country is. Now, before I move to the specific of the recommendations, I would like to share with you certain good practices which are already there in the field of gender mainstreaming and gender equality as far as Ministry of Agriculture is concerned. We all know that there are in Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, there are a number of Government India programs and schemes which have opened avenues for access to education, productive resources, capacity building, skill development, and other diversified opportunities. As far as rural development is concerned, the government is providing fillip to rural women participation in economic activities and improve their quality of life. Empowering rural women is vital to boost economy, food security, poverty alleviation, reducing impact of climate change, and support in achieving the UN Millennium Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. Now we come to empowerment of women. Gender equality is not only a human basic right, but it has also enormous social economic ramifications. We should understand that. The social economic ramifications of gender equality. Empowering women fuels thriving economies, spurring productivity and growth. So it has its economic potential. Rural women, I am focusing on rural women because they are the most vulnerable, and we are working in that direction. Rural women are key agents for achieving the transformational economic, environmental, and social changes required for sustainable development. Government of India has a number of schemes for improving as far as the welfare of women is concerned. Dr. Bhavani Rao in the morning presentation talked about it. I will like to name some of these again. Some of these are Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Mahila Shakti Kendra, Rashtriya Mahila Kosh, National Crèche Scheme, Working Women Hostel, Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Deen Dayal Upadhyay National Livelihoods Mission, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, Mahila E-Heart, Skill Upgradation and Mahila Kaur Yojana. The list is not exhaustive, but it is only an indicative list of the policies and schemes that the Government of India is implementing, and it is implementing across the various sectors. It is not limited to one sector. It is aimed at achieving all these things: the financial inclusion, the improving the quality of life, improving the safety of women in the country, because we all know from our ancient thinking. I would like to quote one Sanskrit line which I learned as my child. Yatra narya ramante tatra devta, yat narya pujante tatra devta ramante. That we were taught in the school. That means where women live, where women are worshipped, there gods live. So that is the philosophy of India. So that is the philosophy of India. And that has been taught us in the school itself. Now coming to one of the important aspects, that is gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting. Government of India is, for the last more than 15 years, is implementing gender budgeting. This gender budgeting is a very wide concept. It is not only related to the financial aspects. I would like to highlight in few words because the time is very short. Gender budgeting is concerned with gender-sensitive formulation of legislation, policies, plans, programs, schemes, allocation and collection of resources, implementation, execution, monitoring, review, audit, and impact assessment of programs and scheme, and then further follow-up action to address gender disparities. So we have to understand the concept of gender mainstreaming. It is already there. India is already implementing it. We have to carry forward it. We are at the Ministry of Agriculture level, we are already doing a lot on this matter, and we are trying to give impetus to it also. Now, what are the important aspects of this? First of the very important aspect is, before giving any suggestion or making any policy changes, we have to first identify the needs of the target groups. What are the specific needs and requirements of the target groups, and reprioritizing or increasing expenditure to meet these needs. We have to just reprioritize the expenditure. It is not, sometimes it is not that we have to provide additional funds. We have to identify the priority area. Then strengthening civil society participation, like we are having these types of meetings in economic policy making. Enhancing the linkages between economic and social policy outcomes. The economic policy outcomes should be linked to the social policy outcomes. What are the social impacts of that? And tracking public expenditure against gender and policy commitments. I would like to quote one of the studies which says that adoption of women-oriented reforms at grassroots levels with ensured access to resources, skill development opportunities can lead to a lot of increase in the various areas. One of the reports, the latest report says that, I will not quote any agency, but it says that US $12 trillion could be added to the global GDP by 2025 just by advancing women's equality. So that is the economic benefit of gender equality. The time is very less. They have given me the slip, but I will take one more additional minute than what they have given me. Some of the initiatives that we are taking is, as far as our policy guidelines, the guidelines always state that there should be a spending of about 30% on various beneficiary-oriented schemes and programs on women. So that is there in many of the programs of Ministry of Women and Agriculture. Taking pro-women initiatives such as supporting far women food security groups that we are doing. We are undertaking macro and micro level studies in critical thrust areas related to women in agriculture. And we are already having a gender sensitization capsule model on gender learning, and we have included that capsule model in most of our trainings so that the functionaries at the state, at the national, at the local level, they are sensitized on gender mainstreaming, gender sensitization when they come for any training. So we are working on a lot of areas. Now I would like to, besides this, we are also promoting entrepreneurship by providing financial incentives under the RKVY Raftar scheme of Ministry of Agriculture. Now, coming to the specifics of the recommendations which have been made, I have tried to note certain things and my observations if it is found useful. If we can, in the first one, if we can add promotion of greater financial inclusion, that if we can add in the language, because we are saying the access to funds. So if we can incorporate the words promotion of greater financial inclusion, so that if we can add. I think 33% is an ambitious target, so we will have to think more about it. In many of the government schemes, we are providing interest subsidy to the vulnerable groups, including women. So that if we can add, or if it is possible, that providing some additional benefits to the women when we are providing credit facility. Because the problem that we are not understanding is that if all the credit is in the name of women, then if there is any default, and the pressure of that credit will also fall on women. So we have to think about the social aspect of that also. So it is always advisable when we are providing funds to women or the vulnerable groups, if we can provide at a lesser rate, if it is possible, under the schemes and policy guidelines, that would put less pressure on them. And besides that, if it is better if the funds are provided to the collectives, like the self-help groups, the FPOs, then the pressure on, because you are providing funds, but the funds have to be, the financing has to be repaid. So we have to think on that aspect also when we are giving suggestion. Then the this learning part, we are if we can include the words like bridging the financial and the digital literacy gap, we can include those words, whether in the financial, we can add the bridging the financial, because if you are providing funds, you are saying that the funds should be provided by the managers, but the financial literacy of the women, that is also essential. So we have to bridge that gap also in terms of financial literacy. You need to have some program or some sensitization how to manage the funds also, because provision of funds, you have to file an application, how you file an application, that comes under financial literacy. Similarly with digital literacy, we have to identify what are the gaps in the digital literacy. If we can add that thing also in our, I think that is the second recommendation, I suppose. Yeah, prioritizing last mile connectivity. So if we can, bridging digital literacy gap, so that if we can add. As far as indigenous community knowledge and climate justice is concerned, I would like to give the suggestion that if we can add the words preservation of biodiversity also. Yeah, because we are talking about the conservation of certain species, but the ultimate thing is, my subject is also environmental science also. So biodiversity is very essential. What is happening is that we are having tomorrow the diversity on this earth is going to decline if we are working in this type of direction. Then another thing, if we can add, is conservation of natural resources. That is also related to it, this indigenous community knowledge and climate justice. If we can add the words conservation of natural resources and traditional crafts, if we can add those things. As far as mental health is concerned, the sensitization is very important. I think the sensitization should be there, because people are thinking it of in a very different perspective, कि देखिए ये problem है. But we have to sensitize people, as like we are sensitizing for gender equality, we need to sensitize the people, the population at large, for this mental health issues, how to be compassionate and how to deal with such issues. That is also very essential. For this gender sensitization and this trainings, I would like to say that if we can have a broad heading like gender trainings, if we can say, because gender trainings cover many things. When we say sensitization, it is only related to one aspect. If we say gender trainings, then it would incorporate a whole gamut of issues. Gender mainstreaming can also be there. Gender budgeting can also be there. So we should use, I think we should use a broad term like gender trainings. And then gender trainings can be for across the population, for on any issue. That is one of my suggestions. And in the end, I would like to say there are, as I have already mentioned, that there are already a number, because if we are, as a civil society group, we are making an effort to take it to G20, then the program would be implemented. So my request to the civil society from this forum is that you should first try to see what are the programs which are already there and provide access and sensitization and knowledge to the people on the ground, that how they can avail the benefits under the existing schemes. One of the powerful mediums that in today's world is the social media. So if you are working in a particular area, so you can always tag yourself to the Government of India Twitter or all those social medias, and you will automatically get all the information, which is because government is moving forward through social media. So you will automatically get the access to what the government's new initiatives are or the existing initiatives are. The only thing is that we will have to read also. So that is also a difficult job, I suppose. So I would suggest that in whatever areas that you are working, you should, one of the easiest ways is to tag with the government social account. So then it provides you the access to all the information which is being sent by the government. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I think your mobile. A huge round of applause again for all the guests in the plenary. With that, we have come to the end of the plenary. Huma and Aishwarya had to rush for their flights. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are done with all the plenaries. We are here for the concluding session now. Before that, I have to make a couple of announcements. I request everybody to return their lanyards when you leave, the tags that you have, and our volunteers are waiting to actually gift you a mobile cover, which is handmade by some of our team here in Odisha. Hope you had a great time, and my apologies in case anything fell out of place. And with that, let's come to the concluding session of this today's summit. For the concluding session, may I please invite Swami Amrita Swarupananda Puriji, the official representative of the C20 Chair for India, Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt, Swami Dayamritananda Puriji, Executive Director of the US MS Centers. I request the participants and people present in the hall for a huge round of applause as I invite the guest. Shri Ramu Damodaramji, Deputy Director for Partnerships and Public Engagement in the United Nations Department of Public Information's Outreach Division. Meg Jones, who's the International Coordinator for this working group on gender equality and disability. And Nidhi Goyalji, who's the International Advisory Committee member and founder and Executive Director of Rising Flames Diversity and Inclusion member of FICCI. And also, Dr. Bhavani Rao, Indian Coordinator for this working group on gender equality and disability. Thank you so much. Through all the entire arrangements, there has been a special person who's been watching the event from afar. Virtually, and he's been with us through the process. May I invite Riccardo Moro, former C20 Sherpa, Italy, for his virtual presence and to grace this occasion with his concluding remarks.
For inviting me to have this this opportunity for the concluding remarks. I have to confess that I'm a little bit jealous of the hospitality that has been mentioned by the previous speakers. Unfortunately, I could not come to India to share with you even physically in presence these 2 days of work, but I knew the quality of the hospitality of the Indian Civil 20 in Nagpur some weeks ago, and so I'm sure about the quality of the meeting you have in terms of relations or of opportunity to stay together, and I had the opportunity, at least from my home, to follow some of the session and to read political priorities and to listen those final sessions, so to participate a little bit. I'm speaking from Italy at home. I'm a bit afraid that someone from my family, but particularly my cat, could enter the room and sit in here on the table, and if it will happen, you will share and we will share with him this few moments. And having said that, I would like to share with you 3 reflections. The first is that I think that we can put all what has been said during these 2 days and all the work that came previously in a perspective that is the perspective that we try to put as the framework when we had the responsibility to chair, to lead the process in Italy 2 years ago. That there is that the world we want is not built on the strong, is not the world of the powerful people who are so good, so sensitive, and so able to include the vulnerable. The world we want is built up starting from the vulnerable, starting from the last, or apparently the last, because in fact we are all the last. We are all vulnerable. What we have to do is to share our vulnerabilities, our weaknesses, our beauties, and our skills. When we speak about someone who is left aside, as it happens when we are speaking about gender equality, or someone who has less abilities, as we do when we speak about disabilities, we are not speaking about a category among our community. We are speaking about all of us. We all have vulnerabilities, we all have weaknesses, we all have beauties, we all have skills. And what we want to do is to build a world starting from this vulnerability. Otherwise, if we create a world, a community, a space where someone is included only thanks to the most powerful, those people would always have to say thank you. We'll always, we'll never feel at home. We have to build a world that is home for everybody, that see the opportunity for playing the best role by everybody. And I think that this is the meaning of solidarity. I speak Italian, my mother language is Italian. If we look at the root of the word solidarity, it comes from Latin, that is the mother of Italian. And solid for Latin, for the Roman Rite, was the legal condition when someone take care of someone else, paying for him or for her. And so solidarity means a relation of responsibility, of co-responsibility, but solidarity in etymological terms is also solid, is also what creates the world solid in geometry. Solid in geometry, like a cube, is something is a space that have different surfaces that are strong together. So that kind of relation makes us strong, solid. And I think that what we do as civil society is try to put all our concern, reflection, proposal in that perspective of building a world that starts from the most vulnerable, that, I repeat, means start from all of us together with the same dignity. Second reflection, the political calls that we are sharing. I think that it's absolutely, well, I appreciate the method. Something has been said in the last minutes about the method. I share those reflections, very interesting. I think that you did a fantastic job in selecting the priorities. It is always difficult when we come up with a lot of issues to find what are the priorities. Having said that, I think that it's very important to be able to maintain always an intersectoral approach. This is a sort of challenge for us as a Civil 20. This is what we have to call for the G20 as well. All the political issues are not separate things. They are all interconnected, and to be effective, we have to keep in mind to have an approach that is able to keep things together. In that sense, I speak about the intersectoral approach, and the call for standalone working group on disabilities. It's similar with a call that we had on the G20 to have a working group on gender issue. I think that there is a challenge for the G20. We have to continue to ask for it with them, but there is a challenge also for us. I mean, we have to be very careful that having specific space to debate of this issue is something that is able to feed the work of the other working groups. That is, I see gender inequalities and disabilities as cross-cutting issues. So even in the organization of our work and in the next step, writing the policy pack, we have to be careful to use the reflection that you are developing in order to enrich also the reflection of the other working group. That is, we need for every specific sector the capacity to have a look oriented to the gender equality needs and calls, to the disability inclusion needs and calls, etc. And on that reflection on the political cause, I think that is absolutely good, not only to ask for specific incentive, but to ask for rules that are able to create dignity and to protect dignity for all. Last point on this space for political cause, let's remember always that the space is the United Nations multilateral space, and not the G20. G20 has to be at the service of multilateral discussion and at the service of United Nations. Sometimes the space of G20 becomes a bit the space of the world government. We are the most powerful and we set rules, ideas, principles. We always, and in the Civil 20, we don't have only participation from the 20 countries, we have also participation and contribution from all over the world, and we have to raise very strongly this voice that the powerful has to be at the service of the global community, and the institution for the global community is called United Nations and not else. Final consideration, 3 points. The most vulnerable, the world we want was the first, the political cause the second. The third is a reflection on peace and justice. When we raise our political cause, we are entering a dimension where we can find conflicts. We can find someone that is not sharing our ideas. We can find someone protecting some interest that can conflict with the interest of the global community, of the so-called common good. I think that it's absolutely important to face the conflict in enlightened by an idea of justice based on the idea of relation. We are used to see the justice in a sort of retributive way. I go to the market and I pay some price to buy this pen, and it's justice is the fair price. Or if I make some crime, I go to jail and I pay my debt with the justice. I think that we can have a different idea of justice, a different perspective. There is the justice based on the idea of relations, where injustice is broken in the relation. It happens when I kill someone, when I make a robbery, whatever, when I make something, when I hurt someone. And building justice in that perspective means that the injustice is broken in the relation. Making justice is building the relation again, is meeting even with the enemy. I think that to be effective in our political challenge, we have to be clear, denouncing what is not fair, what is against human rights, what is criminal. But we have to try to meet decision makers, to meet people who have different ideas of us. And I think that in our world we are facing a lot of situation of war, of violence. You've mentioned violence in the relation between men and women. In some cases, in too many cases, exploitation is violence. We have a violence in the form, unfortunately, of the war. We have a lot of spaces where we have war in the world now. I think that we have stubbornly continue to try to meet who is following a violent idea of relation in the world. And I think that our job as a civil society, our participation to the G20 space, to the UN space, to the national debate, is a way to try to feed relations oriented to serving the dignity of the human life of everybody, is a concrete way to serve the peace. And I think that what you did these 2 days, what we did these 2 days, what we are doing and sharing as a Civil 20 is to serve the peace. And I think that we have to repeat again and every time that we will never stop serving the peace. This is our duty. This is what we want to do. Thank you for letting me share with you this particularly precious time. And thank you to the people that I met in this opportunity to work with the Civil 20. A new friendship are born, and I'm very happy for that.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Dr. Bhavani Rao, India Coordinator for this working group on gender equality and disability, for the concluding remarks and also the vote of thanks, and also to give up the certificates in recognition for the wonderful work done by the team. Dr. Bhavani Rao.
Somebody has to clap for me. So we come to the conclusion of the program. It's the vote of thanks. All cool things do come to an end. Except this one. Because we started on Akshaya Tritiya, remember? And all good things that start on Akshaya Tritiya will always continue. So we will continue our good work, we'll continue our friendship, we'll continue the conversation, the work that we do. New friendships, right? So it's not a conclusion. Well, if my glasses broke, then it would have been a conclusion of my speech, but it didn't. So, yes. So, Amma says that 3 things are needed for any good work or anything to come to a completion. And she says these are time, effort, and grace. So if you want to catch a flight, you need to start at the right time, and for that you may need to set an alarm to wake up at the right time, and then you may get to the airport and there may be bad weather and your flight may be cancelled. So effort is needed, the time has to be at the right moment, and then beyond our capacity there's something called grace. And I do believe that we managed to pull all these things together for this event. Right? This is a beautiful time that we are here. There was a lot of effort from everybody, not just the organizers, the hosts, but also all the CSOs for making the effort to come here. And I think because of that, we had some wonderful discussions, and we did come to some very concrete conclusions, and that was the purpose of this event, which we have managed to achieve. And so I think this is my time to really sincerely thank and express my gratitude, our gratitude to everybody who has been a part of this process and through our journey here, but also from the very beginning. So allow me to start by giving my vote of thanks. I would first like to thank our wonderful host, Dr. Achyuta Samanta, the Honorable Member of Parliament, the founder of KIIT and KISS, and for his incredible generosity and openness of heart, and for a mind-blowing event of the Million Lights. Weren't you completely blown away by it? So this is an expression of our deep gratitude. We would like to present a small token, and may I invite Varun Sutraji to please come and receive it on his behalf. He's not here because he had to be at another event. So, yes, thank you. This particular memento is handcrafted by an artisan in Uttar Pradesh. It is a very exclusive skill set, and it is made specially for the G20 year celebrating our work together.
We are so grateful to Dr. He made our stay comfortable and very, very memorable. Thank you so much.
So I would also like to thank the entire KIIT and KISS team for their incredible support during the entire event. Dr. Varun Sutraji, Dr. Nikita Ahya, she is here somewhere, Dr. Jnanaranjan Mohanty, Dr. Jnanendu Dash, Mr. Chitranjan Panda, Mr. Dibya, who unfortunately met with an accident and is in the hospital now with his broken foot, but he did like all the stage arrangements and everything. So a very hearty round of applause for all of them. I have more, but we start here. To all our special guests, those who could make it and those who couldn't make it as well. I'll especially start with, she's not here, I think she left, Ms. Fulrani ma'am from the Government of Mauritius, Ramuji from the International Advisory Committee, I think he's left too, and of course, we also have Naila Chowdhury ma'am, who's also from the International Advisory Committee, and they were here, and they're not here now, but our heartfelt thanks to them. The Honorable Minister Kalpana Kunjusha, who sent us a video message because she could not come the very last minute. Of course, these are the... Also, Smriti Iraniji, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, she really wanted to come, and unfortunate circumstances made her cancel her being here the very last minute. I would also now like to really thank our chair, Amma, It's because she even accepted this position that this happened. So our heartfelt gratitude and her trust in us that we can actually carry it forward. And from the very beginning, giving us the guidance on how we should be in terms of inclusivity, in terms of expansiveness, and how we should actually listen to the voices from the ground, like Ricardo Moro was saying, make sure of that inclusivity. And of course, her representative, Swami Sampuja Swami Amrita Swarupananda Ji, he has been like really such a strong support for all the working groups. People normally manage to take on one working group, but Swamiji has been supporting 5 working groups. Overall, the 15 working groups under the C20 relentlessly. Also, Ambassador Nambiarji, he had to leave. He is the Sherpa. The entire C20 working group, secretariat, everybody for their support. We also would like to really thank Ricardo Moro, who was the Sherpa during the C20 in Italy, and he has also been a very strong online support guiding us through our processes. The G20 Secretariat, they have been constantly following up with what we have been doing, helping us anytime we have had glitches, helping us connect to other engagement groups, as well as the Sherpa tracks. We also would like to thank Shri Himanshu Gupta, who's IAS from the Director of Education, who supported us online. The Gender Equality and Disability Advisory Board, there are many members, but the 2 members who are present here are Swami Dayamritananda Puri as well as Medha Somia ma'am. I don't know if she's still here or she's... Medha Somia ma'am, thank you so much, our advisory board members. They have been our back support through the entire process, guiding us. The invited speakers, Mr. Sean Bishop, who's the UNRC, is very kind enough to send us his recorded message. But people present here, Ms. Anne Basham, who gave a wonderful talk earlier today, Ms. Camelia Lopez Badra, Mr. Sambit Tripathi, Ms. Huma Masood, Ms. Aishwarya Sehgal, Ms. Akhila Radhakrishnan, Mr. Manish Bhatia from the Ministry of Agriculture, Brahmachari Mokshamrita Chaitanya, I think he's not here, Ms. Ekaterina Zagdalina, Ms. Swati Paul from the G20 Secretariat, she came in spite of personal difficulties. I really appreciate that. Dr. Victor Novak, Ms. Lisa Clark, who sent us a video talk, Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati also, who sent a video talk. These are all the invited speakers. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us and for taking the time to come here and be with us. Now, very, very special people who have been with us are my coordinators, co-coordinators, Meg and Nidhi. It was a fun trip, and it was just so nice working with sisters and learning from them, growing from them. I've learned so much from Meg and Nidhi over the past few months. Intense learning, I love it, and I hope we can continue to learn and grow. The moderators, external moderators, Dr. Sarthak Das, Sapna Kedia, Preeti Patkar, and Tarek Rashid. Tarek is the brilliant man who did the whole, I don't know if he's here. There. Thank you. The coordinators of the other C20 working groups who showed up over here to support, even though it was very last minute, Dr. Prema, Dr. Krishnashri, and Dr. Priya. Thank you for your support. All the amazing CSOs who are seated over here, this would not have happened if you hadn't come, taken the time and the effort to come. So deeply, deeply grateful for you to lend your voices, not just now, but even through all the virtual events. You have been the reason why we were able to gather over here. So thank you so much. Grateful. We also had a lot of international participation among the CSOs. Actually, when you really look at the things from the accommodation list, and the thing is, you have US, France, Spain, Italy, Mauritius, Switzerland, Egypt, Japan, South Korea, Australia, South Africa, Belize, Argentina, Australia, Turkey, Russia, Tanzania, Nigeria, Indonesia, Canada, Brazil, UK, Germany, Nepal, and more. Not bad. Our amazing translators, Nikita Gupta and Prachi Arora. Please give them a hand. They've been tirelessly conveying everything in sign language. They give me a wonderful idea of how we can actually possibly automate it so that computers can really talk to us in real time. Not to get you out of a job, but to make your life easier. But really, I mean, it's amazing to see that effort. Imagine talking non-stop all day and then... The entire KIIT team, I have to come back to KIIT because it's not just the few people whose name I read out, but the entire accommodation team, the hospitality team, the food team. They made excellent food, didn't they? The media team, the cleaning team, the students, the volunteers, transportation, all the students who formed the Million Lights C20 logo, the students who sang for us the first day, the musicians who performed at the Rose Garden. Amazing. Everybody danced to their music, right? Everybody enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Kids and Kiss. Awesome hospitality. Thank you again. And supporting us from within Amrita and around Amrita, we had the Amrita Vidyalayam faculty and students who supported us with a lot of printing, logistics, running around in the heat. Namrita Amritaji and Rasika Amritaji, I don't know if you're here. Ayudh, which is the Amrita Yuva Dharmadhara young students organization, Swami Suvidya Amrita Prana and Brahmacharni Priya. Amrita Atmika ji, who conducted a lot of outreach events here in Orissa. Brahmachari Bala, who took on all the udahrans, Karunya ji, who managed all the stalls and the spaces outside, Dr. Malcolm Alkoyak, who conducted all the side sessions, sub-theme leads and members, Sri Vidya, all the core ones who are here. I cannot go exhaustive, so all the ones who are here, I'm going to read out. Sri Vidya, Gayatri, Nimita, Balu, Miriam, Kripa, Radhika Mohan. Stand up, let them see you, come on. Chris, Amala, Ashwati, Radhika Shetty, Mukil, Chandini, Sarala, Preeti, Srinidhi, Prana, Sahadev, Priya. Chris, I think I've everyone. They have been working throughout these few months along with a very strong support group within Amrita to help this process. But we also had a huge group of people who jumped in the very last minute to help us actually manage this event because these people were stuck in the side rooms. And who ran the event? Okay, I'm going to read out the names. I'm sorry. I've been asked not to read out the names in case I miss one. So if I've missed your name, it's just because my memory is really bad. And so somehow in a long list I may have it. But so please, just if I've missed your name, just stand up anyway. I just anyway included you. So I'm going to read out the names: Jayashri, Vikasita, Gokul, Varun, Kurunandan, Amritesh, Devashish, Kaushik, Vishal, Amrita, Bhanu, Vanessa, Tapasya, Reshma, Ajay, Sonali, Ambujam, Aparna, Amrita Shri, Preeti, Srinidhi, Prana, Priya, Sahadev, Kyle. Saibala I told already. Anushri I already mentioned. Vidya. The entire AOC team, the media team from Amrita, the Sankap ladies who made the mushroom pickles, if you haven't tried them, and all the gifts, right? The printers who helped us print everything and they set it all up. There's so many people to thank, all the virtual participants, both at this event and who have been participating across these few months. Amma says we should have, what Amma says, which says like prasada buddhi, means you take and you accept everything as prasada, like it's a blessing. So all the experiences that we have had have been a blessing for us, and it has been a very beautiful, sweet blessings. Blessings can be hard also, right? But this has been a very, very sweet blessing for us. Thank you, Samantha ji, also. You missed this thing, so I can thank you all over again. We can thank you many, many times, and it won't be enough. But thank you for joining us. So that was my thank you, this thing. I don't know if I left anybody out.
And last but not least,
so I'm always given the tough job to do, but very easy in a way. Before we come to that, I just want to say, we started with a shlok. I do want to end with one, saying Kshamasva Paradham, Kshamasva Paradham, Kshamasva Paradham Prabhu Klinachitta. I do want to apologize if there is any bhool chook. We always say at the end, if there was any inconvenience to any of the participants, we do want to sincerely apologize, and hoping that the discussions, the deliberations, the spirit and the energy have made up for it. Thank you very much for being in this space. Thank you once again, Nidhi, for managing the access. To all our participants, and particularly our participants with disabilities, for working with us to make this successful. But what Meg said is extremely important, because there is a big, big, big last thank you left. Is everyone ready for it? Can we have everyone stand up, please, whoever can? Can we give a huge round of applause for Dr. Bhavani Rao? Yes, whistles will do as well. And that shows that we are a cool conference and we continue our cool work. Thank you, everyone. Have a safe journey back.
It was beautiful, Nidhi. And so we started with Sahana Vavatu, and may I ask everybody that we end with Sahana Vavatu. We still have a long journey to go together. So please, if you can join me. Swamiji, would you lead Sahana Vavatu for us? Sahana Vavatu, would you lead that for us? Sahana Vavatu. We started with it, so I'd like to end with it.
Stand up or
No.
So let us close this session, but we are not concluding. The journey continues together, hand in hand, and let Amma guide us through this journey. So let us pray to God, the Guru, for leading us together and to discharge our responsibility to society, to the entire humanity, nature, the entire creation, with L-A-U-S, loves. Love. A stands for acceptance, U stands for understanding, and S stands for sincerity. Loves. Because there were words and words and words and words and words, endless words, and every single human being in this world is full of words. So let us also be sincere. And that's what we need. Sincerity, acceptance, love, understanding. So let us pray. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahabiryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ
Swamiji, since I said we are not going to stop and we're going to continue, we have to give the certificates to the students now. Yes, okay. Yes. So there will be a certificate distribution for all the volunteers now, and Kaushik will read out the names of all the students. If you all can come from that side, from this side? Okay. Okay, just one second. Sorry, just a quick announcement from kids. There is a cultural program that has been arranged after this, so they're requesting all the participants to please attend the cultural program as well.
Okay. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. The volunteers are as follows. Shivram Krishna, Rishabh Barik, Shubham Mishra, Swasti Samarpita, Preeti Mohan Patnaik, Yash Chauhan, Aditya Sin, Nishant Kumar Singh, Ashutosh Mahopatra, Debasis Mishra, Sneha Saha, Ekshika Das, Mimansha Aryan, P.P. Satapati, Smriti Mohanty, Kritika Prasad, Naimish Pandey, Anish Raj, Harish Kumar Verma, Girish Kayal, Shresh Sinha, Pranchu Sahai, Anu, Anisha Raj, Ayush Amulya, Debabrata Singh, Utkarsh, Saish Sartak, Tissa, Arushi Sagar, Ashirwad Dheer, Deepika Soni, Shrishti Rai, Pratik Kumar Behra, Ashutosh Jha, Anjani Kumar Nayak, Chiranjeev Raut, Ayush Kumar, Nivedita Nath, Priyan Sharma, Shri Verma, Subhashish Nayak, Binayak Satapati, and Barun B. Mishra. Thank you. Good.
I request all to kindly be seated. We are going to start the cultural evening. I request all the student volunteers, kindly be seated. We are going to start the cultural segment.
Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Reverb effect. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Reverb effect. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Lodge ka. Namah Shivaya. Reverb effect. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya.
Hello. Namaskar and a very good evening to all the esteemed guests and the august gathering. I welcome you all to the cultural evening of the C20 Working Group Summit. The first performance of this evening is a beautiful song by the students of Amrita Vidyalaya. And they are going to present a song which says Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, which means may all beings stay in happiness and peace. Presenting before you a musical rendition by Amrita Vidyalaya.
Namaskar
That was a very soothing performance. Moving ahead with the next performance, Odissi dance, which is the pride of Odisha. As you all know, that Odisha is known as the land of Lord Jagannath. The students of Amrita Vidyalaya today are going to present a hymn of praise of Lord Jagannath. Lord Jagannath is one of the incarnations of Lord Vishnu, and the students are going to present an Odia bhajan which says, Juge Juge Jagannath. Presenting before you, students of Amrita Vidyalaya performing Odissi dance.
तुमको भाविले भावी होनी महाप्रभु, लेखिले लेखी होनी, कि देखिले ए निया लगा आखिर देखा सरुनी। किए बा तुमको बुझी पारिबो महाप्रभु, तमे इतिहास रो इतिहास, तमे अतीतर अतीत, तमे भविष्यतर भविष्यत, तमे अकार, तमे उकार, तमे मकार, तमे वर्तमान, तमे अतीत, तमे पुनि भविष्यत। वेद परि ग्रंथ तुमको नेति नेति बोली कहीदेले, टेकीदेले दी हाथ महाप्रभु को जानिबा को वेद वाक्ये। तमे असमाप्त, तमे अनंत, तमे अव्यक्त, तमे जुगे जुगे प्रभु, जुगे जुगे जगन्नाथ।
जगन्नाथाय ते नमः, जगन्नाथाय ते नमः, जगन्नाथाय ते नमः, जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। चारी जुगा तुम्हें चारी वेद, तुम्हें नाद ब्रह्म, तुम्हें ब्रह्म नाद, तुम्हें चारी जुगा, तुम्हें चारी वेद, तुम्हें नाद ब्रह्म, तुम्हें ब्रह्म नाद। सृष्टि संभव रे तुम्हें, सृष्टि संहार रे तुमे, विश्व बलय रे तुमे, महाप्रलय रे तुमे, तुमे ही अतीत, तुमे वर्तमान, तुमे पुणी भविष्यत। जुगे जुगे जगन्नाथ, जुगे जुगे जगन्नाथ, जुगे जुगे जगन्नाथ।
भावरे भक्ति रे तुमे जपरे तपरे तुमे तुमे रामायण तुमे पारायण तुमे गीता भागवत जुगे जुगे जगन्नाथ जुगे जुगे जगन्नाथ जुगे जुगे जगन्नाथ जुगे जुगे
That was a very graceful performance. Now, the students of KIIT will present a fusion of regional folk dance, where they will showcase the cultural diversity of India. They are going to present a fusion of Sambalpuri folk dance from Odisha, Bihu from Assam, Jhumur from West Bengal, Kumi from Tamil Nadu, and Bhangra from Punjab. Presenting before you the students of KIIT.
টিকটিকি ময়না বাখৰত কণ বিলাহী খুতৰা টিকটিকি ময়না বাখৰত আলু গুটি পিটিকা টিকটিকি ময়না বাখৰত মিলালে মিলিব লগত লৈ ছোৱালী চাবলৈ পালোগৈ দুলীয়া জান তাইৰ যিহে চাৱনী যেন বনৰ বাঘিনী একে থাপে ছিঙিব কানে মইনা দেহা ঐ টিকি মইনা বাকৰ জিলমিল কুমুৰাৰ পাতে ঐ লাহৰি জিলমিল কুমুৰাৰ পাত বিহু নচা চলেৰে কাষে চাপি চাপি মাৰিলি চকুৰে কাট ঐ কাট মন জুই জ্বলিছে গাত ঐ গাত শুনি তোৰ মাতৰ মাত ঐ মাত চেক চেকি পৰুৱাই কামোৰ এটা দিলে যেন গাত চেক চেকি পৰুৱাই কামোৰ এটা দিলে যেন গাত চেক চেকি পৰুৱাই কামোৰ এটা দিলে যেন গাত
नगटाई दूरे ढोल काटे ओ काटे है नगटाई दूरे ढोल काटे ओ काटे है बतोरे पीरिति फूल फुटे बतोरे पीरिति फूल फुटे আমার বধু রাত কানা বাড়ির পথে আনা গোনা আমার বধু রাত কানা বাড়ির পথে আনা গোনা বিনসারে উঠে ধান খুটে ও খুটে হে বিনসারে উঠে ধান খুটে ও খুটে হে বতরে প্রীতি ফুল ফুটে বতরে প্রীতি ফুল ফুটে আলতা সিঁদুরে রাঙা বিহা ছাড়ে কইব সাঙা আলতা সিঁদুরে রাঙা বিহা ছাড়ে করব সাঙা দেখিবটা খাটে কি না খাটে ও খাটে হে দেখিবটা খাটে কি না খাটে ও খাটে হে বতরে প্রীতি ফুল ফুটে
Isso é bom demais, meu Deus!
सोनीलर बोटे जुड़ा दे किस्मा भैरव घोड़ा ਚੱਲੀਏ ਮੱਲਾ ਕੱਢ ਕੁੜਤੇ ਦੇ ਵੱਟ ਵੇ ਚੱਲ ਮੇਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਆਲੇ ਫੜ ਕੁੰਜੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਸਾਂਭ ਲੈ ਤਿਜੋਰੀਆਂ ਆਲੇ ਫੜ ਕੁੰਜੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਸਾਂਭ ਲੈ ਤਿਜੋਰੀਆਂ ਅਸਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਾਂਦਾ ਈ ਤੇਰਾ ਘਰ ਵੇ ਚੱਲ ਮੇਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਹੋ ਰੌਣਕ ਹੋ ਜੂ ਘੱਟ ਵੇ ਚੱਲ ਮੇਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਜੈ ਹਾਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਵਗਦੇ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਖਲਾਰ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਵੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਚੰਨ ਝਾੜ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰੀ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਯਾਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਖਾਸ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪੁੰਨ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਪਾਪ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਮਿੱਤਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਵੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਲੇ ਆ ਚਾਲ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਮਿੱਤਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੋਲਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਵੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੱਲੇ ਆ ਚਾਲ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਤੌਬਾ ਕਰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਕਰੀਦੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਚਿੱਟਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਚਿੱਟੀ ਕਾਲੀ ਭੋਲੀ ਰਾਤ ਕਰੀਦੀ
What a mesmerizing performance that was. It truly showcased unity in diversity. With this, we conclude this evening, and I hope you all must have enjoyed, and you will definitely take back some beautiful memories with you. Thank you. Namaskar.